All right, we're live. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another late night Pokemon card stream. It's me, TCC, the guy who never misses a stream. It's another night time, and it is time to open up a bazillion Pokies now. How's it going, everybody? Ultra Prism, woo! Ultra Prism will be the next box break. This was requested a lot. We haven't done it in a long time, so I thought we'd give Ultra Prism a try. If it turns out to be pretty popular, we'll get some more Ultra Prism. Okay, we also have these TCC God Packs. These were announced yesterday that we had made these. I actually worked on these based on the feedback you guys gave me yesterday night. So somebody actually mentioned they didn't like to see the Mario cards, and I sat down and I thought about it, and I actually agreed. I think that when you see the Mario cards, from my perspective as the person who made the pack, he's not really part of the cost. But from your perspective as the person opening it, he is part of the cost. So I went through all of the God packs and I removed all of the Mario cards, but I did some other stuff too. I feel like I fine-tuned the packs a little bit. For example, I sorted them a little bit better. So as you open them, the cold pulls are in the front, the hot pulls are in the back. And then another thing happened. They were originally designed so that there were a number of, let's say, cold packs and then one big hit pack, that was really crazy. Well, we're not going to do it that way with the God packs. What I've done is I've taken the hits from the hottest pack and I've distributed it. So all the packs are a little bit hotter, but there's no absolutely best pull, so they're all roughly the same to each other. So that was some adjustments we made to the God packs, and I think we're opening one tonight, so that's exciting. I grabbed it. Actually, I should grab two from the box. I should let that guy choose. If he's watching, I hope he's watching. So we'll have two up on the table, and he can pick whichever one he wants to open. So that'll be fun. Let's go ahead and get a list going for the Ultra Prism box. How's it going, Justin? Welcome back, man. Oh, you know what? I think we're able to add an emoji to the stream. I got to do that. All right, so Ultra Prism on the menu. How's it going, everybody? Wig Packs. How's it going, Flame Cow Endo? By the way, I have some news. A big PSA submission arrived in the mail today. I haven't announced it. It probably already was announced. But yeah, it arrived today. I believe it's one that contains orders from you guys from over a year ago. I'm not ready to sort through it, though, okay? So I was working on the God Packs today. I wasn't ready to do the PSA stuff. But it is here, so it's probably going to be tomorrow. And if it's not tomorrow, it's going to be the day after tomorrow. So it'll be in the next day or 2 days. So that's exciting. Yeah, it's a big submission. It came in 2 boxes, actually. 2 big boxes. So it's got to be really big. And if I didn't post it in the PSA channel, where it's the PSA return channel, I will update it and I will post over there so everyone knows what's going on. And yeah, I'm just excited for that. All right, so Ultra Prism is here. What was the price? Was it $16 per spot? I think it was. The set's pretty cool. It's got golden cards in it, golden Lunala, golden Solgaleo, and golden Ultra Necrozma. I don't think people chased after those quite as hard. It has a Flareon and not Flareon. It has Glaceon and Leafeon in it. I remember that being pretty good. And then most importantly, it has Cynthia, very relevant. Brilliant Diamond and Pearl are out, right? So Cynthia is in the set, and Lily is in the set. So it's really the waifus that people are chasing after in the Ultra Prism set from my perspective. And if you guys like it, we'll have more of it, okay? It is a little pricier. The box breaks are always a little bit pricier, and that's just how they work because they take up a lot of time in the stream. And also, that's how the God Packs work. Why did we add God Packs? We added them because we can open a lot of cards very quickly with the God Packs, so it's all about time cost. I've learned a lot about how these streams work, and I like things that take very little time, and I don't like things that take too much time. Box breaks are always very time heavy. They're very time expensive. All right. Man, we're ready to go. We're having a problem on the table. There is not enough room on the table. It is so full, but I did add another box to the table. There's an additional J box. So there's an extra J box. Larry Ellis got his own box. Did he? Wait, did Larry Ellis get? Oh, no, he didn't. He got placed into an L overflow box. That's what happened. So there's an L overflow box. Larry's over there. And then Justice Rodriguez got moved to the spot where Arturo Perez used to be. That's what happened. Hey, mister, did you show off the large yet? Oh, Mr. Johnny, let me show off the large. I'm so glad you reminded me. Here we go, Mr. Johnny. So in the large today, We have, this is the chase right here, Pikachu Zekrom Golden from Tag Team All-Stars. Really fancy card. That's the best pull. But then there's also Garchomp Giratina. So there's 2 Golden All-Stars cards. I thought we'd have that for this round. I really like the Tag Team All-Stars collection. I always have. And then we got this Reverse Holo Pikachu from Evolutions. As you guys know, it's really hard to grade these. Their prices have fallen somewhat. Probably the reason for that is because people love opening up Evolutions that much that a lot of these were pulled and sent into grades. So the population grew a little bit, and anytime that happens, the price comes down a little bit. So, and not just that, but the entire card market's been on fire. There's been so many cards added to the market that you have other choices, and that also affects the price of all the cards on the market. Then we have this first edition Ekans 9.5 CGC. I can guarantee you if it's grading 9.5 with the CGC, when you send this in a PSA, it's probably got like a 99% chance of coming back at 10, okay? So that's the Ekans first edition. And a biggest Diglett, which also gets you to the Diglett roll in our Discord server. You know, I saw some Diglets go by an auction, and their prices are higher than they were like a month ago. I wonder if that's us affecting it. So that's the large. Additionally, I'm trying to remember if there's anything else in the large. Oh yeah, there's a bummer spot in the large these days. So that adds 1 spot to the large, the bummer spot. And that's because we're going to have a bummer card that ticks upward every time the large goes by. All right, cool. It's great to know I can come hang with some Pokepeeps every night. That's right, and we'll talk about anything you guys want to talk about. So we like to open up Pokemon cards. It's kind of like getting together and smoking weed almost, except instead of weed, it's Pokemon cards. And, you know, we'll talk about the economy, we'll talk about politics, we'll talk about religion or philosophy or dating or careers, and you can hear my terrible points of views about it all. Okay, so in the menu, the Fossil Pack has been paused. This is no longer for sale right now. If you're in it, you can transfer over to the Rocket Pack. Otherwise, just wait for me to open it back up. Right now, the only booster pack for sale is the Rocket Break. I want to get these done tonight because these guys have waited too long. It was a mistake to offer packs at a time. That was silly of me to do that. I know that better now. I won't do it again. But we got Giovanni and not Giovanni. We got Team Rocket. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 spots filled. So only 3 spots left over here, and then it's full. Talk about dating. We could talk about dating all you want. GLXY Lunk, thanks for becoming a member. I really appreciate that. We probably unlocked another emoji, guys, so I'm going to have to add a new emoji. Wish Mike Side a happy birthday. Happy birthday to Mike Side. Woo! I heard that Fox News is getting wrecked. Man, I don't trust any news station now. I get all of my news from the floating alien man in the sky. So, let's see. I'm going to go ahead and refresh my PayPals because that's the first step. It is 12/18, so it's a good time to get started. What's that donation? How can I do a pack battle with the box break? You could do a pack battle, okay, but you can't talk about it in the PayPal messages. In the PayPal messages, you have to say, don't open my pack. And then another guy has to say, don't open my pack. And then I can host the pack battle for you guys from there. It's a lot of effort. I mean, I can do it, I guess. It's not a big deal, but yeah, in general, I don't do pack battles because not only am I not sure about the legality of it, which is something I've been on like in a gray area on it for a while. Like I'm on the fence. But also the real problem with it at this point is that it takes too much time. So I've learned from experience that you never want to do any activity in a live stream that is wasting time, and pack battles tend to waste time. So especially with the live stream like ours, where the amount of volume we receive is so high that, you know, absolutely cutting out any waste that we can is pretty valuable idea. Now, somebody ordered a God Pack. I saw it. Let's see, where did we leave off last night? We had Mario Villa. And then we had Daniel Sanchu going to try to get in first and get me those 2 hot custom Spankies. All right, so Daniel Sanchu ordered 2 live customs. What do you mean legality of it? Games of chance aren't legal, but, you know, it's kind of weird how you define it. You know what I mean? Like, is it a game of skill? Is it a game of chance? I don't know. It's kind of, if it's a game of skill, it is legal. You know what I mean? So it's kind of it's a dubious thing. I don't know how big of a deal it is. I probably care way too much. We're just guys opening Pokemon cards. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? But anyways, so you're going to pull Mr. Daniel Sandhue, a 9.5, 30 out of 64. And that's this. That's a first edition Neo Revelation Graveler. It's actually not bad. Once again, 9.5 grade is probably going to translate to a 10 if you ever cross-graded it with PSA or with TCC grading, which hopefully we'll have that up running very soon. Still waiting on the labels to show up, by the way. We're still waiting for them. They've been shipped. They just have to arrive here, and then we have to figure out how to run that printer. We've never ran anything like that before, so that'll probably be a whole day to figure that out. Maybe 2 days. All right, so that's for Daniel Sandhue, and your second pack... Oh, it's just a Groudon. All right, cool. Very nice. Put this away. So I haven't really made up many more custom boosters. Also, let me mention the VMAX Climax is so close to being gone. We have 3 boxes and that's it. I did not receive a restock of VMAX Climax for another day. It's really unfortunate, but that is how it is. Really unfortunate. It's crazy because, you know, one of these days, they're all going to arrive, and it's going to be like an avalanche. Actually, already would have been an avalanche had you guys not gone through. You guys went through like 3 cases of them, which is nuts. You guys just ate through them so fast. And even without me dropping the price. So I can't imagine how fast they would sell if the price was lower. So, you know, whenever we do lower the price, I imagine the volume on them is going to be nuts. So I'm trying to get more of them over here, but it just takes a long time because they come all the way from Japan. All right, and then I send my wife some money. I'm actually saving up for a boat now. Did you guys know that? So a chunk of my money from yesterday night went to my wife to hold on to for a boat, so I don't accidentally spend it on Pokies. And the next order is Kevin Copesill. He says, hello, I'd like to order 1 Pokemon God Pack. He lives in Florida. Kevin Copesill, what's up, man? You want to choose left or right, Kevin? We're not going to get a yacht. We're going to get a real simple Tri-Tune. It'll probably cost like $25,000 to $35,000. We have a pretty small dock, so it's not like we can even buy a large boat because we don't have a place to store it. So if he doesn't choose, I'm just going to let the audience choose. Boat insurance. How do you get a reseller license? Any chance of slabs in a God Pack? No, there will never be slabs in the God Packs. If you want slabs, there's the large and the live. But these are only for ungraded cards, okay? I thought you were passing on a boat to save for a new house. We just can't stand not having a boat out here. It's pretty torturous because you watch people driving in their boat all the time. All right, so people are saying do the left one. All right, left. So I don't know if he's here. He might have to watch the stream. He didn't say leave it sealed, right? Yeah, he didn't say to leave it sealed. So we're going to open it right here, and you guys will once again get another look or another peek into what you can expect from a TCC God Pack. Yeah, the audience said left. All right. Cool. Beyonce said to the left. Why don't we let the person who bought it decide which one? Unfortunately, he's not here. He doesn't appear to be here. Oh, here he says... It's Kyle Copera. Oh, that's a different person. I thought you were Kevin. Oh, if I put what I want in the PayPal notes. That's right. You need to make sure that you send me a message, Mr. Kyle, okay? I got to get that message so I know what you're buying. Yeah, that's very important. That's an important step. Ooh, man, barely fits. That's what she said. All right, here we go. We've got Zorora and Holographic Zapdos. Now, the style of the packs, the very first cards are very basic, okay? So that's how every pack will be. We got Mudkip and Piplup. Very cute. Oh, okay. Here's Dark Dragonair and Dratini, Japanese. Aber and Ghastly. Here's a Cloyster and a rare Clefable. Ekans and Geodude from Expedition. Here's Pack Fresh Venusaur and Blastoise. Pikachu Zekrom. Sylveon. It's a really fancy card, actually. This is Unbroken Bonds Gardevoir Sylveon. Pikachu V, of course. Suicune GX. Dedenne. Lapras Full Art. Rillaboom VMAX Full Art. Dreadnought VMAX Full Art. Vendor Poliwhirl. These vendor cards can actually be really expensive. Vendor Poliwag. How cute. The new Full Art Premium Collection Pikachu and Pokeball. All right. Poker Card Lugia and Poker Card Jigglypuff. Ooh. Cardos Execute and Executor. Ooh. Leafeon VMAX. Golden Snorlax. Very fancy. And then we have Typhlosion and Ursaring. Is that right? Ursaring? I believe that's his name. And then every pack always has these 2 energies in the bag. It's a booster pack. It's got to have an energy card in it. That's how all Pokemon card packs work. So there you go. That's really nice. And so, you know, instead of opening like $450 of modern product that ultimately lets you down, you could spend $450 immediately on a God pack and just get a nice chunk of cards from me that I handpicked. And another thing about it, you can put a God pack into Slab Away, and there's no Slab Away fee when you do that, okay? God packs have no Slab Away fee. Did you see the jeweler Ben Baller is now part of PSA? Hey, that's pretty cool. I wish American Pokemon packs had God packs. Nando says, that's worth $450? Well, you can decide for yourself. I think so. I think if it grades well, it's worth way more than $450, especially like the Snorlax and the Leafeon and especially that Lugia. Yeah, it could go quite higher than $450 after you're done grading it. Depends on how your grades come out, I suppose. All right. Oops. All right, Kevin Coastful. I'm going to write his name down on the bag. He didn't say to ship it out. Oh, he did. He's got enough money involved that I can ship it right now. All right. Give me a minute. Mr. Kevin, I'm going to go ahead and ship your God pack to you. I hope he didn't want it sealed. He didn't say leave it sealed in the messages. But if you guys tell me to leave it sealed, I can ship it sealed to you, okay? Because it might be fun to open it in your own live stream or your own video. Or it might be fun to open at home with your friends to see how crazy it is. Or even as a Christmas present. Oh, USPS is about to tell me the price has changed. Confirm the new prices. All right. All right. Very nice. Now we're going to put this to the side without pulling the whole damn table over. Very good. So, next up, we have John Laza. Sorry for the other request. The other request? What is he talking about? There's only one request. Sorry for the other request, but one VMAX Climax and Battle Style. You got it. This is for John Laza. And Battle Style. Here we are. Hidden Persona says, stupid expensive grading. You can get cheaper grading at some places if you're willing to accept a different brand than PSA. Additionally, PSA has suggested that they're going to try and get their costs back down, so who knows? I always said I think that PSA grading will come back down to $50. I think that they will definitely do that. And I don't think it'll be much cheaper than $50. Maybe at some point it will be. What's this? It's a lovely bonnet. All right. Yo, Cardconomist, where can you find packs online in general? Kmart.com. Look for the Blue Light Special. Don't forget to apply for credit today. So, Mr. John Loza, I don't know if John has his own bag. You asking me to do your shopping for you, mister? All right. Jonathan, Laura, John Bailey. Dude, I should get a little paycheck from Kmart because I keep giving them free advertisement. All right, I think he does need a new bag. All right. It'd be very funny if we were... Burlington stores have had Zard lunchboxes. Nice, man. Oops. John Loza. I'd much rather use CGC for $15 rather than PSA for $100. Yeah, there's at least two cases where that's true in my opinion. So if you already know that a card that you have in your hand is not going to grade PSA 10 and it's going to be like PSA 5, might as well send it to CGC. What's the difference at that point? You know what I mean? It's not like you're going to get a big premium on a PSA 5. You know what I mean? Like, people aren't going to overpay for PSA 5, so might as well be CGC 5. Who cares? And then the other scenario, the other case is when you have a card and you believe that it is looking extremely good and it has a shot for the pristine or perfect grade. So those are the two cases where it really makes a lot of sense to maybe try something like BGS or CGC. But BGS in particular, I believe it is cheaper than BGS. Correct me if I'm wrong. Next up, we got Alexander McKay. He says he wants 5 of the Dragon Ball Z Evolutions. You got it. You got any Pikachu slabs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think that PSA can stay competitive at $100 per grade. I think PSA will have to come down to $50 per grade. 2 Holo Lives. Yeah, I think they will have to come down to $50 per grade, and one day it'll probably be below 50, but I think that won't happen till like next year probably. All right, you guys are loving Hololive. The card shop here started selling Pokemon packs again. And he says, Japanese junk, I have a bag. It's not that full. Could you let me know when I should ship? Well, you can ship whenever you'd like. Now, where's that Japanese junk? Here it is. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yay! Mankey, Vulpix, Zubat, Kadabra, and a Psychic Energy. Very nice. So that was the Japanese junk. Oh dear. There we go. Let's go ahead and sneep them up. Time to sneep. You know what I'd like to see end tonight? I'd like to see that rocket pack get open tonight, guys. All right, here we are. I also can't wait for my Climax box to get to me. I'm about to climax. Oh! Mr. Alexander McKay. Okay, you got 1 rare card in pack number 1. Here's Damage Intense Training Drill Holo. Nice, man. So these are what you're looking for. You're looking for these special holos in the packs. Not every pack guarantees one. We're nearly sold out of this, and I will not be replacing it when it's gone. Here is Red Rage. Defiant Challenge Ultra Rare Holo. Wow, man. Congratulations. That's an ultra rare. You are. That's how they define it. And Android 18 Arm Breaker. You also have Orange Reading Drill. He's doing his homework, guys. Wasn't PSA only $7 before the pandemic? No, they were not $7. They did have a sale for like premium members where it went down as low as $8. That was a temporary sale. So they were not always that cheap. And they were most of the time when they were at their cheapest point, they were $10. But when they started realizing how much volume they were getting, they quickly started raising price. And people were like, oh my God, they're raising prices. I can't believe it. How could they not raise price? Could you imagine PSA grading your cards today for $8 per card? You know, it's like I would just be sending in my entire collection. Pirate Girl. Here's Necromancer Girl and Psychic Girl. All right. How do I enter for the giveaway? I have to subscribe and liked. Well, when we do the giveaway, you got to join, you got to be in our Discord server, and a special channel will be opened for the giveaway. And then you'll guess a number between 1 and 100 as fast as you can, okay? What is a TCC God Pack? It's a custom booster pack, and it contains some really crazy pulls. And so it's sort of like a premium booster pack, and it's just a really cool thing, okay? So that's for Alexander McKay. He says his bag is not too big. Let's see if we can find it, Alexander. Here it is. Give me 4 God Packs. That'd be a massive order. I can't believe I won the God Pack yesterday. I passed out, and I apologize for not being present. How much you think to ship the God Pack out? Well, it's just $8 shipping if you're in the USA, so it's the same for everyone. And if you're not in the USA, it would probably be $18. Actually, let me feel it. I think it... Well... Oh, it's on the borderline, man. I can't tell. I think it is $18, though. It's just about a pound, is what it feels like. Paul King says, hey, Mr. Tool. All right, we love evolutions. I figured it would be close. Are you international? Is that why you're asking? Do you open all kinds of stuff here? Nope. Only propane and propane. Sleep. Only waifu cards. He says, no, I'm in the U.S. Okay, yeah, you're good. You just send $8 and you're good to go. And you can mention in your message what you have. Here's Haunter. Ooh. And Revive Brock's Grit. You keep some of the cards. The bulk is removed. So we always remove bulk. And that's because I don't want to ship bulk. It takes up too much space over here on my side. So I can't hold on to everyone's bulk. It'd probably fill the entire room. But secondly, it's also really expensive to ship and takes a lot of time to ship. It really does. I mean, you got to get like the proper sized box. You got to pack everything up so that it's not all just breaking. You got to really protect the special cards because when there's so much weight in a box, because it's going to be real heavy for some people, you have a much higher risk of the cards inside the special ones getting damaged. So yeah, there's all kinds of reasons to drop the bulk. Please don't get him going on politics. All right, guys, time to talk about Nancy Pelosi. Paul Kang. Mr. Paul. Actually, I heard that Elon Musk was beating up on Elizabeth Warren today. That was really funny. He called her Senator Karen. I was like, oh my God. Here we are, Mr. Paul. What do you do with the commons and uncommons? Well, I blend them up into a pulp, and then I have a toilet paper machine. So we make fresh Pokemon toilet paper, and then we donate that to the homeless who can't afford toilet paper. So it's really a charitable thing. Next up, we have Matt Waters. He says 1 live customs and 6 holo lives. Wow, that's a lot. Freshshire. The Hunter is beautiful. I agree. Here's Gallade. That is a cold live custom booster. But how about these holo lives? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Elon is the best meme lord. I don't trust Elon. He's trolling everyone, but he wants to merge us into Borg. Yeah, it's kind of funny. He actually says something that really resonated with me when he was... So Elizabeth Warren was like, we need to change the tax code so guys like Elon Musk can't get away with not paying taxes. And then he responded with something like, I actually will pay the most taxes of any human in U.S. history this year. So he responded with that. I don't know all the facts, but, you know, he said that. And then he called her Senator Karen. And he said something along the... He kept going. He said something along the lines of, you remind me of a friend's mom that I knew that just got angry and yelled at everyone. I was like, wait a second. That does actually kind of remind me of Elizabeth Warren. What do we got? Oh, the fancy girl with the hair. Senator Karen. I was like, oh my God. This guy's... Hooch mama. Ah, the fake card. He was trolling the United Nations the other week too. Yeah, they were like, if you just sold 1 billion of your stuff, or what was it they said? If you donated 3 billion, we could solve world hunger. I was thinking about it too. I was like, yeah, for like one day you could solve it, and then the next day you'll still have the same problem, because fundamentally the problem is you don't have enough people working, feeding themselves. That's the fundamental problem. The only way to fix that is to get 100% of people employed. Then everyone will have enough money to feed themselves. Mister, are you a Karen? I'm like the biggest Karen. I'm about to grow my hair out, so it's just like a Karen. Oh, yeah, the Karen game's interesting because had Elizabeth Warren been very careful, maybe she could have called Elon Musk a Karen. She'd be like, wow, you're just mean to people. What a Karen, you know what I mean? So Karen's like, it's like calling somebody a beta male. They're not allowed to deny being a beta male the moment they've been called it, because that's how you lose that sort of exchange. You say, I'm not a beta male. And then it's like, well, you're definitely a beta male now that you've said that. You know what I mean? So he made the first move by calling her Senator Karen. And man, it was very funny. It's interesting how humor works on us. You know, humor is it's a powerful tool, isn't it? Humor is. You can have an argument that you're in, or an ideology or a belief that you're holding on to really strongly, and then one well-timed joke can make you question it real fast. You know what I mean? And that's why comedians are so important. Oh, look at this. And it's also why authoritarian regimes really do not let you joke about them. So one of the things that happens in an authoritarian regime is they get rid of all the comedians. You are not allowed to joke about the people in power. And so that's very fascinating, right? Because that humor is very powerful. Hoochie mamas, holy moly. All right. That's for Matt Waters. Mr. Matt. You got a bag right here, Mr. Matt. You got a thick bag, just like these e-girls. Comedians important. Comedians are very important. Comedians are very important. Do I prefer Japanese cards? I like them a lot. A lot of people, when I got started, a lot of people were like, oh, you don't buy the Japanese, you only buy English. It's like, why? I like the way they look. They look fine. Plus, Pokemon's from Japan. That's its original country, right? That's where it's made, and it was exported to the USA. So getting it in its original language, I don't see a problem with that. Plus, you know there's going to be a Japanese market that will always be interested in those Japanese cards. All right, I'm popping open a can here. All right. All right. Look at all these cards, man. Look, that's the additional J box right there. Oh, my Lord. Now, what is this? Gallade. Oh, Mr. Matt. Mr. Matt. Next up, we got Daniel Kelly. He says, 2 VMAX Climax. You got it. All right, guys. VMAX Climax is really, really close to being sold out. So if you order any, give me a backup plan, such as if sold out, refund me, or if sold out, open XYZ. Of course, you can't request that I open live customs that way because you can't jump the line with the live customs. But yeah, give me a backup plan. Man, I do not feel like going fast tonight. I feel like taking my time. My boy, Cyberway Gameway, says thanks for his God Pack. It's your boy, Cyberway Gameway. Cyber Gameway. 5 fusion strikes for Daniel Kelly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yay! $6 billion. And then he said their budget is $8 billion. So why isn't world hunger solved? Right. It's kind of the same question. Why is it that our government always needs more money? They take in $4 trillion, the United States government. They take in $4 trillion, but then they spend $7 trillion. And if we raise taxes, will they just keep spending the same? So like, let's say we raise taxes to $7 trillion. Will they keep spending $7 trillion, or will they just shift their spending up to $11 trillion? And, you know, based on this bill that they're trying to pass, you can tell it's just going to be raised. They're just going to spend more. You know what I mean? So we have a spending problem. And it's really difficult to figure out how to get your politicians to stop spending money because it works. They get voted into positions of power saying, we'll buy you this, we'll buy you that, we'll buy you this, we'll buy you that. And so it's us. We're doing it. The voters are doing it. We're voting to spend money that the country doesn't have. All right, here we are. We are voting to spend money that we do not have as a country. Crypto update. I think Ethereum was at 3.8, or no, I'm sorry, 38. Yeah, $3,800. So it fell below 4,000, and it did not recover today. But maybe it'll recover tomorrow. Bronzong. I believe Elon Musk tweeted that he's going to accept Dogecoin as payment for Tesla, and then the price of Dogecoin jumped immediately after that, which is really interesting because it almost makes you wonder, could he actually benefit from being able to shift a market like that? Like, let's say he's been quietly buying Dogecoin the whole time, and then he makes a tweet like that, and then he can sell right after the tweet. You know what I mean? It's kind of scary to think about. I'm sure you've been asked tons, but are you going to see the new Spider-Man? I could, but I can almost tell you right now with clear certainty that I won't, because I really don't enjoy superhero movies, but I really just don't enjoy movies either way. It's really hard for me to enjoy movies. If the Spider-Man movie was like philosophical and really intelligent writing, I think I would then go watch it, but that's never the case with movies that are made for a general audience, in my opinion. I like movies that are really creative and really new and try new ideas out, and another superhero movie is the opposite of that. Daniel Kelly, I've seen too many action scenes. I cannot take an action scene anymore. My head will blow up. No more action scenes for me. They're all the same. Mr. Daniel Kelly, where's your bag? It's been that busy over there, huh, Patrick? What is YouTube logo Minecraft theme? How long have you been doing this? Almost 3 years. Yeah, we've almost been doing this for 3 years. There's been a lot of channels that jumped up and they want to do the same thing, but I've been doing it much longer than any of them. All right, Daniel Kelly, you didn't mention the status of your bag. Here it is. I found it. Hello, the TheCardconomist. How's it going, man? You don't have to be a boomer to find that the action movies are repetitive and boring because they just remake them over and over again, and it's the same thing every time. It's just CGI action scene, Spider-Man wins inevitably, or, like Spider-Man loses initially and then he comes around and he wins. It's never anything exciting or like intellectually stimulating. They never explore like some deeper concept of human psychology. It's just like, oh, the bad guys are bad, the good guys are good. With great power comes great responsibility. Aiden Benz, 2 more groovy VMAX Climax. You got it. Already have a bag, says Mr. Aiden. Yeah, I was excited for the Joker movie. Remember when that new Joker movie was coming out? And the trailer was great, by the way, for the Joker movie. And then I watched it. I was like, why did I watch this? This is so dumb. I couldn't take how bad it was. I felt like it was best described as a movie parading around as a smart movie, but it really is a very shallow and dumb movie. So it's like a movie that's trying to look smart, and it's really not that smart. And I was so disappointed by it. And then, yeah, it just falls into my memory log as nice. Double hit pack. As another dumb movie I saw, another dumb superhero movie. I can't take them, man. Can't take them. I keep hearing about Arcane, haven't seen it. I didn't know there was a postal office. Joker was amazing. I didn't like it at all. I thought it was really pretty lowbrow, the Joker movie. Aiden Benz. Pretty decent adaptation. I think you only like Einstein movies. Well, Einstein was really boring. I do like movies. I enjoy Squid Game. Even though I know the Squid Game genre has been kind of overused, I thought they did pretty good with the Squid Game. And they did actually talk about some, let's say, complicated social ideas with the movie, and the acting was decent. Yeah, and I was talking about how that's a real challenge for Hollywood, because Hollywood's kind of been coasting on the fact that all these other countries, first world countries, really don't do as well as Hollywood in terms of putting out movies. But lately, Hollywood's been pretty hot garbage. A lot of their movies are just a forum for them to push their propaganda and their ideologies out, which is really sad because propaganda is not really art. And then you have these other countries kind of stepping up and saying, well, we'll make a movie. And so I think that's a scary situation in the long run, because the United States doesn't really export any goods. One of the only goods that the United States exports is our culture and our movies and our music. And when the rest of the world starts competing with us on that, we won't even be able to export our movies. They won't sell as well because people will have spent money on tickets to see other things or streaming services. I already have a bag, says Mr. Aiden. Let's find that bag, Aiden. I didn't see it. Maybe it's over here. All right. Let's see. I'm just not running into it. Let's grab this whole box. Yeah, maybe you're an A2, actually. Maybe that's what happened. I can see you guys really want to talk about this subject, but I got to find Aiden's bag, so give me a minute here. I am running into an issue where there are just too many bags. You guys even talked about this before. You said, what are you going to do when your channel grows and you got like 1 million people? And I feel like that's what we're experiencing right now. There are so many bags. Despite how good I've gotten at locating bags, I can't keep up. It's still too much. Ah, I found it. Okay, cool. Sweet. Very good. Mr. Aiden. All right, Aiden. We'll place you over in the A overflow for now. What makes the Joker movie lowbrow? I've talked about it so many times. And to be honest, I talked about it all the way back when I was still on the TheCardconomist channel, in fact. I believe that it is not a very smart movie, parading around as a smart movie, but is very, is very thin sheet covering up the simple concepts. I think that the Joker movie, oh man, I need to rewatch it in order to talk about it well. Let me get to the next order. I don't want to hold up the line. Give me a second. So Jeremy Patterson says ETB Japanese book. All right, let me print out a label for that for Jeremy Patterson. I do want to talk about it, but I actually have to have a minute to try and remember it because it was a while ago that I watched it. All right, so you're going to get padded envelope. What if people should have to ship out with a specific time? It was decent because of who played the Joker. Well, visually it was nice looking. And I think that's what sold it for a lot of people. I think just the nice visual sells it for a lot of people. But a lot of the times I try to look at what the movie's trying to say, and I really didn't agree that it was as complicated as some people made it out to be. He's like the equivalent of a school shooter, and they're trying to say like, oh, society did this to me. That's the way I am. I'm this way because of society. But then there's a bunch of inconsistency within his, behaviors. And then people say, well, that's just because he's crazy. But then if he's just crazy, you couldn't really draw the same conclusions. Like you couldn't blame society for him if he's simply crazy. So if somebody's simply crazy, then they just need to be, removed or eradicated from the society. But then his behaviors, like killing his mother, for example, a lot of those behaviors didn't really make sense when it wasn't warranted. Again, people will say, oh, well, then he's just crazy. Well, then some of his other actions that people were attributing as smart or as some sort of behavioral response to some shortcoming of, Batman's dad or the way society treated him, like people beat him up, or he didn't get the socialism with his psychological treatment or whatever. So I remember him. He got very mad at the TV host. Remember that there was the TV host, and he shot that guy eventually, right? And I remember thinking, here's a guy who wants to become famous, and he's finally being offered an opportunity to be famous, I'll agree that they're having a laugh at his expense at him. They're laughing at him because they find him, to be something that they can laugh at. And yet it's like, that's what you do. Everyone has to undergo this sort of, you exist within the demands of your society. And if you're being laughed at, that part is something that you just kind of socially adapt to, I suppose. You let them laugh at you and you allow yourself to take the opportunity to use the attention you're receiving to develop more of an audience. So what ended up happening with the Joker movie is I watched it and I couldn't decide what I thought about it in the end. Was the message that some people are just born dumb and bad? Like, did the Joker just have autism? Is that it? and he inevitably shoots somebody and causes a big, like death and chaos. And what are we supposed to take away from that if that's the truth from the movie, if that's what the movie was trying to say? Or the other angle, oh, well, Joker only became this way because society didn't treat him very nice. And it's like, well, I guess then society is tasked with taking care of Joker, but all of a sudden you realize, well, Joker's saying you have to pay for his, you must get him a job and you must pay for his health care, his psychological treatment. But then even along those lines, if it's just a big socialist message, it doesn't really add up with what he did to his mother. Like, his mother didn't really do anything wrong for him. She actually was providing for him, right? So she gives him a house to live in for free, and he still killed her. So it's like, yeah, I kept trying to find different angles. Like, what's the movie saying here? What's the movie saying there? And I didn't really find it that smart. In the end, I just found it like, in the end, I would describe the movie as sort of like, I felt like the Joker was an incel fantasy movie with good visuals. And it didn't really have a lot of deep or complicated conclusions. It really was just a fantasy for people who are frustrated, and that's about it. And that's fine. You can make movies like that. But, everyone went around talking about it like, oh, man, it's so smart. And I didn't really feel like it was smart at all. You know what I mean? All right, here we go. So this is for Justice Rodriguez. It's harder for me to do a review of the movie, simply because it's been so long since I've seen it. So like, if I were to break down the different scenes in the movie, I could explain better how I reached my conclusions. I'm really just trying to recall the movie from, like, what was it, like 2 or 3 years ago? That wasn't the real Joker anyways. I think you're looking into it too much. Well, I mean, any good piece of artwork can be looked into, unless your artwork is simply eye candy, which I suppose you could argue that the Joker was just eye candy. And if you made that argument, I'd probably agree with you. But that really wasn't what people were saying in general. People were saying like, wow, we're a society. This is so deep. And I think what people were saying in the movie, or about the movie, I think this is what a lot of people were saying, is that, well, I'm only screwed up because society did this to me. People laughed at me. The girls didn't want me. I'm stuck at home living with mom. You know what I mean? And so now I'm the Joker as a result. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think that's what people were trying to claim, but I don't know. I felt like the Joker was actually himself falling short in all kinds of ways. What's this? Hey, mister, if I could get one slimy roll call, I'm Darcy. Darcy, what are you doing? Let's go ahead and refresh. All right. I fall asleep during every superhero movie, never fails. Hello, welcome to TCC Movie Reviews. You better watch out, you get me talking, man. Darcy, first of all, thank you for the donation. And we are... Here's Justice's... Oh. No, that's a different order from Justice. Oh, here we are, Justice Rodriguez. So, we've got Kurt Eyrig, Miguel Velazquez. We got Justice Rodriguez's Message. Havhanas is after that. Matt Waters, Sergio Tolentino Hernandez, J.C. Stimson, Manuel Barragan, Aaron Merida, Michael Cusick, Chris Bates, Ruben Aguilar, Richard Kemmerer, there we go, Dustin Jones, Zachary Tart, Derek Moffat, Brandon Anastasi, Raymond Pulgarin, Kevin O'Neill, Brian Foucault, Alan Doan, Joseph Avila, Kip F., Terrence Womack, Kyle Copera, Alexander McKay, Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Shop, Matt Waters, Cyberway Gaming, Darcy Howard, Gabriel Alberto, Philip Wiederman, Michael Special, Raymond Pulgarin, and then Hunter Bosk. All right, that's the line, the current line. So let's keep moving. Oh, man. Yeah, I could talk about it for a while. Kurt Eyrig. Mister, I'll have 4 spots in the Ultra Prism box break, says Kurt Eyrig. Here you go, Kurt. That's what I get if I slow down, you know what I mean? Because that's what I was doing. I was slowing down and talking about the movie. There we go. Miguel Velazquez. It's my birthday. Yay, please clap. Yay! Mike Side's birthday. Let's grab his card here. And he wants 1 on the Ultra Prism box break. You got it. Your political discourse and societal perspective is fantastic. Getting muted scared me yesterday. I don't know if I should. That's a long line. That's a big time. Well, if the orders are pretty short, it should go by. It should go by in a decent time, okay? So it also depends on what was ordered. Remember that. If they're really big orders, it will take longer. If they're small orders, it will go faster. So pray that everyone ordered quick and easy ones. 4 fusion strikes for Mr. Havhanas Sayadyan. Sayadyan? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 VMAX. 1 VMAX Climax, probably. And 1 Hidden Fates. Yeah, there were some behaviors that he showed off, and I thought that they were so inconsistent for his character, you know what I mean? My birthday's tomorrow. I really wish I could remember it, though. How many spots left in the Ultra Prism? Apparently it's popular. By the way, did we write Mike's side down? Let's write down Mike's side. I'm looking forward to the new Batman movie. 3 months until it comes out. Batman again. There we go. It's no point sitting pod. All right. Do you like watching other Pokemon channels? Not really, not in particular. You know, I do so much Pokemon cards that I don't think I could watch extra content on my time off. You know what I mean? With the Twilight guys, Batman, LMAO. Yeah, I saw him. It was. He didn't strike me as a Batman. He struck me as a character from Twilight. That's how he struck me, sadly. Maybe you can't shake that identity, you know, that. It's kind of like if you had somebody like Matthew McConaughey play Batman, right? There's too much identity already associated with Matthew McConaughey, so you can't really separate the actor from the role anymore. So I just see the Twilight guy when I see the actor playing Batman, the new Batman. What's this? Electros Genesect. But yeah, you know, I feel like the high point of the Joker movie was when he yelled, "You get what you deserve," and he fired his gun, and is like, what did the guy do to you even? He brought you onto his TV show. He gave you an opportunity to have a voice, actually, which is really empowering. And it seemed almost as if the show tries to paint Joker as the good guy and the bad guy at the same time. And maybe that's where I'm saying that the movie's not very smart. You know what I mean? Because the messaging then is all over the place. Is he a good guy? Like, is he just a product of society and life's been unfair to him? You know, he's poor. You got the rich guys. You got Batman's all rich and his dad's all rich. Gets to have sex with his mom and all that. Is he just a product of society, or is he just making stupid choices like, oh, you know what? I'm mad at this guy. I'm going to shoot him in the face, you know what I mean, on live television. And that's the problem I have with the film, because I feel like you can't have him be a good guy and a bad guy at the same time. It doesn't make sense. Havhanas, let's grab your bag. I think they originally wanted to make him a bad guy, or maybe they originally wanted to normalize him or make him a good guy even. And his behaviors aren't consistent. Consequence of Joker, the comic book character, there's no reasoning for anything. Yeah, I mean, and that's what people say. They go, oh, well, he's crazy. He's mad. He's supposed to be that way. That's how the Joker is. He's not supposed to make sense. And I go, okay, great. So then how are we trying to make these sophisticated, you know, like, conclusions by watching the movie then? Because that's what people did when they went out and watched it. They said, this is so smart. I'm like, how's it smart? Is it smart because his actions are inconsistent, don't make sense? Because if you say that, then we agree. They're like, no way, man. 2 Ultra Prism box breaks for Mr. Matt Waters. Mr. Matt. That's not typically what you hear people say. For them, it's sort of like a, you know, as a class warfare movie, you know what I mean? This is what you get for stepping on the little people. We can rise up. Chaos, man. Sergio Tolentino Hernandez says 5 spots in the Ultra Prism. Uh-oh. Guys, the Ultra Prism is probably sold out if it's selling at this rate. Just want to warn you ahead of time. Here you go, Mr. Sergio. What's your favorite movie? Ooh, good question. There we go. I think those were also overthinking the movie as well. That's the problem with Hollywood now. Everything is... Next up, we got J.C. Stimson. One spot in the Ultra Prism. All right, you got it. J.C. Stimson. And the dancing, by the way, I found the dancing so ridiculous. The first time he did it, it was like interesting and fun, you know, like it was, okay, he's this really weird guy. He's really in his own mind, you know, kind of floaty, kind of maybe the line for him between imaginary and reality is pretty thin, or maybe he's actually just very expressive in private. Who knows? But by the time they've had him dance for like the 20th time, I'm like, I get it. The Joker dances. Move on, you know, like give us some depth to the character. Him dancing is not very deep at all. One Fusion Strike, one Battle Styles. There were too many dancing scenes. This is for Manuel Berrigan. Sneep. All right. There we go. What do we got? We've got Grandpa Aegislash and Pancham. That's for Mr. Manuel. Let's find your bag. The left really hate the Joker movie. Well, I feel like anyone could hate it or anyone could like it. There's probably people on the left that like it. There's probably people on the right who like it. You know what I mean? He's going to start twerking in Joker 2. Sweet. If you want a hidden gem, go watch Tuck and Dale versus Evil. Yeah, that's pretty funny. That was a decent movie. His laugh was an interesting addition. What movie meet your required level of intellect to be considered good? Well, they don't have to be like super smart. Like, for example, I really, really enjoyed Austin Powers, right? And so it's just when a movie's trying to come off as smart, it better actually be kind of smart. Next up, we got Aaron Merida. 3 Ultra Prism spots. You got it, Aaron Merida. Aaron Merida. But yeah, you know, the whole part of the movie where they keep painting him over and over and over again as a victim. He's a victim. He's a victim. But then, you know, he's really given a shot at success, which a lot of people are not given. He actually makes it onto a TV show. He actually has a viral moment with this comedy. And so it's funny because I feel like this message happens all the time. You have in real life, you have people who say, oh, I'm a victim and you're privileged. But it's kind of ironic because the people who talk about that often are in positions of power. They have a microphone that they can speak from. And so that sort of ironic moment is occurring for him too. He's like, I'm a victim. It was like, bro, you're on TV. You're actually very famous right now. Why don't you use that as an opportunity? But, you know, I don't know. Perhaps that's a personality problem. You know what I mean? Michael Cusick says 4 Ultra Prism spots. You got it, Michael. Mr. Michael Cusick. 1, 2, 3, 4. He had already killed someone by then on the TV show, and the subtle moment was that he was planning on killing himself on live TV until the host got to him. Yeah, I mean, and also he had shot those guys in the train as well. Anyone sees The Machinist, one of my favorite movies. That's the plot of the movies. Next up, we got Chris Bates, who says, can I get 3 Shining Fates? You got it. 3 Shining Fates. I think I need to get more Shining Fates. No, I don't. They're right here. 1, 2, and 3. You got a favorite Austin Powers? Well, I like them all, actually. 1 Japanese 25th anniversary booster as well. You got it, mister. Oh, I think I'm opening our last booster box of this. All right. Can I get to shower new foods? There we are. The Circle is a movie about how people view others and their own social hierarchy. How does grading work? Is the Mewtwo Mew Hyper Rare gradable? The Mewtwo Mew Hyper Rare. Yeah, you could have me grade that if you'd like for $25, and it would be put into a box, and we're still waiting to start grading. They tried to make a movie called Incel, and it failed horribly in theaters. Oh my God. Mister, what are your favorite Christmas movies? Probably you could definitely count the Charlie Brown movie. I really like that. All right, here goes. Mr. Chris, we've got, oh, look, it's Sam Azenta. How nice. How worth is the God Pack? Do you think Joker could have beat those charges like Rittenhouse? Definitely. Why can't we see the box in front of the camera so we can see it come out of the box? What is he referring to? Is he referring to the live customs? Because we pulled the live customs down. Are you talking about the individual product? I've got like a bazillion product around me. I don't want to lift a box of boosters up and put it on the table every single time. So that's pretty simple. Good. All right. That's for Chris Bates. Mr. Chris. Mister, I want to buy 2 spots in the break, but PayPal's requiring me to upload stuff to prove my identity. No! I hate it. Here we are, Chris Bates. All right. Dude. It's cool how Mike Myers plays all the characters. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Next up, we got Ruben Aguilar. He says 1 VMAX Climax. You got it. He wants a hot pack. Sneep. All right, let's see what we got. Oh, look, it's a lovely VMAX Eternatus. That's what I really wanted. I'm sorry, Mr. Ruben, that's a little cold. Mr. Ruben Aguilar. How much are those VMAX Climax? The VMAX Climax are very nearly sold out, and they're $16 per pack right now, which is kind of pricey, but that's because they're nearly sold out. I did not get a restock, so it's quite possible tomorrow we have no more. Richard Kremer says 2 VMAX Climax. Here you go, Mr. Richard. Richard Kamerer. Sneep. All right. Now, I wish I had just seen the movie. Joker, when I had first seen it, I was tearing it up really harshly, but I just can't remember it as much anymore because it's been so long. But like scene by scene, you know what I mean? There's so much I didn't like about it. Have you seen Death Note? I had a girlfriend who tried to make me watch Death Note, but I didn't end up watching it. I saw like a fraction of an episode. Mr. Richard. Ryan, Ricardo. You want some free ones? You got some free ones, Miss Lon. Me. All right, let's see. If you're not in that box, you must be in this box. Have you watched any anime? Yeah, I've watched some animus. My wife actually loves anime, so she watches a lot of it. But lately she hasn't. I think she's watched all the animus that she can watch. Can I have 1 shining food? 1 shining food on the way. All right, there we go. Next up, we got Dustin Jones. 1 large Sublist. Mr. Dustin, what's my favorite anime? God, I don't know, man. That is a great question. There's this anime called Family Guy. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, I don't even really watch Family Guy. I don't like that either. Redo of Healer. Fun for the whole family. Next up, we got Zachary Tart. I'd like to buy that Reshiram Charizard tag team. Oh, very nice. So this is for Zachary Tart. Have you watched The Pest? I've not. Zachary Tart. I watched the Brothers Alchemist TV show anime a long time ago with a different girlfriend, and I thought that was pretty good. I'm trying to remember which animes I watched lately. I watched one with my wife lately. I can't remember what it was. Did you like King of the Hill? I really didn't, actually. I did not like King of the Hill. I felt like King of the Hill was kind of slow. Derek Moffat says, hey, mister, could I get 10 in the box break? You got it, Mr. Derek. Mr. Derek. When's the stream with your wife? Well, I suppose we could go get it right now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, the box is very likely sold out, everyone. I don't think I have a replacement either. I think this was my one box of it. I can check the shelf. The newer Full Alchemist show is way better than the old one. Oh, right, there were like 2 of them, right? I watched the newer one. That was the one that I had watched. I know I'd watched an anime with my... I don't think I actually... Yeah, I don't think I actually did watch an anime with my wife. I think she was watching animes, and I kept catching glimpses of it. Like, she was watching Evangelion, and then she was watching Gundam for a while. She was watching Gundam. All right, next up, we have Brendan Anastasi. One live custom from Mr. Brendan. Brendan, dude, that's greeting. And 3 fusion strikes. So the way that Ultra Prism sold, I think it is pretty popular. Oh, right. My wife had me watch a whole bunch of Naruto. That's what she had me watch. And I watched like a whole season of that with her. All right, Mr. Brendan. You pull Dupiter Deoxys and Swampert and Cloyster. Do I have any more shiny and faded? The movie on Netflix called The Platform. Did you know Fullmetal Alchemist is one of the most successful anime franchises, and the creator was a woman? Wow, that's really cool, man. In the West, they try to downplay things like that in regards to female creators. Are you sure about that? Brendan Anastasi. Mr. Brendan, I feel like the West is actually pretty pro-feminist compared to, probably even compared to some Asian countries. All right, so he also donated $2 to charity. D7, there we go. Raymond Pulgarin, he says 2 packs of Wick sauce. You got it. In regards to the West wanting to push their creators, oh, well, I mean, well, that's not necessarily a gender issue. That might just be what the hell? This is called Village Bridge from Pokemon Black White. Let's reset that. What's that music? 2 Wick sauce, 2 packs of Blue Sky Stream. You got it. This is for Raymond Pulgarin. All right, what I was trying to say is that might just be like countries competing rather than an issue of gender. All right. I think what you're trying to say is the West doesn't want to admit that the Fullmetal Alchemist creator is awesome. Which I don't even know if that's true. I don't know why that'd be such a big deal. Cold? Dude. I can't believe someone tried to request money from you. Oh, it's a common thing, actually. They send me a bill rather than a payment, and it's just because they don't know which buttons they're clicking on PayPal. It's a very common accident. All right, got Shub Nugura. What? Miss Shub? Damn, Shub. She really dressed very nicely. Greninja says, can I have 3 fusion strikes? You can have anything you want, man. Let's go get you 3 fusion strikes right now. All right, Raymond, let's see if we can find you fast. I feel like we're going to have to search for you. You're not in box number 1. I feel like you had a large bag. So we're going to go to the R overflow right away. Raymond still. All right, and let's check up top. Oh, man, that's hard to reach. Robert, Ray, Robin, Rateb, Raul. I also have a bag, says Raymond. Okay. So maybe you're in down here. Oh, here you are. So your bag is really large. So my brain wasn't wrong about knowing that you have an oversized Pokemon card bag. It's just that it hasn't gone into an overflow box yet. How's it going, Shinobi? All right, next up we got Kevin O'Neill, who wants 5 Ultra Premium. I need a new bag. 5 Ultra Premium. What is he talking about? Does he mean Ultra Prism? I think he means Ultra Prism. What's 5 times 16? That would be 50 and 30. Yeah, he does. All right, so I don't even think there are 5 of them. There is not. There's only 3 left. All right, they're sold out. I apologize. This was apparently a very popular box to be opening. Excuse me. So Kevin O'Neill, you've got 3 of them. I'd love to buy some Shining Legends, says Andrew Jones. We do have some Shining Legends left over, I think. Do we? No, we don't, because I opened the last ones to give them away. Remember that? So I've got some Raichu boxes I could break open, but that would be pretty expensive. They'd be $46 a pack if you'd want one, okay? Now, Kevin O'Neill bought the last spot. Let me go check and see if I've got any more Ultra Prism, because we can start up a second box break if I do, okay? I don't think I do, though. Yeah, unfortunately, that is the only box of Ultra Prism that I had. So we will be running probably some refunds, or you guys can have me put it into the next box break. What would you guys like to have the next box break be? It could be like Roaring Skies. How about Roaring Skies? Aha, here we are. He's just running to Kmart quick. That's right. I'm running off to Kmart. I got to get another box. Yeah, Roaring Skies could be the next box break if you guys want it to be. Another Ultra Prism. I don't have another one. Got a booster of Shining Legends coming in. If it's a 10, it'll be worth some good money. All right, so Kevin O'Neill. I'm going to start by refunding you $32, Kevin. That's my next step. Should be 32, right? Yeah, because you got some of your spots. Actually, did you send the right amount? So 5 times 16. Yeah, we did that right. Okay, cool. So that's been refunded. And now we're going to use a number generator to decide where we start. All right, here we are. We're starting in spot number 6. Good luck, everyone. All right. Wow, that was a really fast box break. Can we, the audience, pick a number? Oh, no, I would have let you pick a number, but we just grabbed it already. It was so fast. So, right here on 6, Justice Rodriguez gets the first pack open. You know, if you think about it, Justice Rodriguez will also have the last 2 packs on the right side. So why don't we just open all his cards right now? So we got Heatran and Drifloon. Wow, that's a nice looking Heatran. Yes, so he'll get the first pack here, but also the last 2 packs back here, right? All right, so we'll open the rest of your packs right now, Mr. Justice Rodriguez. You can put new bag for Kevin O'Neill so you don't go searching. Oh, did you need a new bag? What do we got? We've got Fire Memory. And... Mr. Justice Rodriguez, it's a cold round, man. That's tough. Is this still Pokemon music? From Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I guess I never played that. All right, that's pretty rough. Sorry, Mr. Justice Rodriguez. At least they weren't $46 like those Shining Legends, huh? Those are pretty intense. All right. That would mean Kurt Eyrig is next. He picks up 4 spots. All right, 4 spots for Kurt Eyrig. 2, 3, 4. Pull this camera back a little bit. All right. Mr. Kurt, are you scared? You should be. Because you know Mike's side's going to snipe you, right? You're going to sweep 4 cold ones, and then Mike's side's going to get the lily pull. All right, we got Fan Rotom. Ooh, Fan Rotom. You also pull a Lone Executor. Uh-oh. Pack number 3. Luxio. Oh, my God. And pack number 4. Oh, my God. I was just joking, actually, but it kind of came true. So you've got this lovely hollow Torterra, Mr. Kurt Eyrig, but that is a cold round of 4 packs. Woo! Kurt, I apologize. The Torterra is actually pretty nice looking as a hollow, by the way. But yeah, he's not the chase, obviously. Mr. Kurt. Kurt, that was a violation, man. Kurt Eyrig. You got a bag, right, Kurt? I'll fight Mike's side if he does. Here it is. I found it. All right, so Mike's side's got 1 pack, and he's just going to go ahead and pull Cynthia out of that pack, right? Easy mode. What do you get, Mr. Mike's side? Funny, you're like one of the only people that bought a single pack in the whole box break. Everyone wanted multiple spots. No, it's still cold, I'm afraid. So that is 6 packs in a row that are cold. It's just a cold box so far. Also, we know the last 2 packs in the box were cold too. All right, it's starting to look pretty good for for everyone else. Sorry, Mike's side. It would have been a great birthday present if it was the epic snipe. All right, so we have Matt Waters, and I think Matt Waters has a very good chance at a pull. Mr. Matt. Sneep. If this isn't a pull, I'll be surprised. Here it is. Oh, man, you got Magnemite, too. I'm jealous. I like Magnemite. Leafeon full art. Really not too bad. You got one of the Evolutions. And, of course, Magnemite's a pretty stonk pull. Probably the better pull was the Magnemite. Luxray. Yeah, I mean, forget about Leafeon. Oh. All right, congratulations, Matt. You sniped a full art out of the box. Hopefully there's 2 or 3 full arts. And you got a really large bag here, Matt. I feel like you could have 2 bags at this point. The only good pull, Leafeon. Sergio T. Hernandez. And he's got 5, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, don't worry, Sergio. There could probably be 2 full arts in the box. And because there were so many cold packs in a row, you could still pull a hot card out of this. Are you ready? But if it is cold, I'm sorry. Sergio Hernandez. He's got Cherim and Cresselia. I don't think I've seen this artwork before. You know, we didn't open a lot of Ultra Prism on this channel ever. So there's Cresselia. Here's Carnivine. Wow. What's the chase card? Chase card would be like Lily or... What's her name again? I said her name earlier. Cynthia. Last pack, it is another Magnemite. Wow, this is a double Magnemite set. Why, I'm very sorry, Mr. Sergio. In fact, that was a sweep. That was 5 cold pack, man. You kind of expect a hit in 5 packs. But it's not a guaranteed thing, is it? That's looking good for J.C. Stimson, then, and Aaron Merida. Toss it over there. Sergio, let's find your bag. Darn, man. You're up top because you got a really large bag. Sweet. All right, very good. JC Stimson, are you ready, JC? I watch the stream every night now before bed. connection going down. Oh, man, I hate to hear that. I'm sure it'll clear up, everyone. Have no fear. Alolan Sandslash, that's for JC Stimson. Mr. JC, that's not the hottest pull ever. That box is cold. Well, there's still like half of the box left. Don't judge it. Don't judge it so fast. Yeah, half box left, man. He didn't pull Charizard out. We could call it cold later, though. Could be a cold box. Just depends on what comes out of it. Here we are, JC Stimson. Found you. It's a weighed box. Could you imagine somebody sitting there weighing the boxes? You need assistance pulling bags. Can be as cold as Shining Legends. Can't be as cold. All right, here's Aaron Merida. He's got 3 spots. Here you go, Aaron. Good luck. Have you run out of VMAX Climax yet? I have 2.5 boxes left. That's it. So it's very close. I need to shake my moneymaker. I'll shake what my mama gave me. Magirna. Here's, oh, it's a beautiful Dustmane Necrozma Hyper Rare. I forgot this was in here, actually. There we go. Very nice, Mr. Aaron Merida. That's the Hyper Rare. And Yanma. All right, well, a Hyper Rare came out. There's rarely 2 Hyper Rares in a box. So what that means for the rest of you is you're hoping to pull a GX or for it to be a 3 full art box and that the 3rd full art maybe is still useful somehow, like maybe a character card. So Aaron Merida, in fact, since the character cards are pretty much the chase cards, it's still not a bad situation yet. Aaron, I can't remember. Did we create a new bag for you? Is that what we did? Alexander. Oh, here we are. We did. Mike, I'll give you one of mine. I want one of yours. Here's Derek Moffitt orders. Oh, I'm sorry. Michael Cusick has 4 spots. All right, Michael, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So this is for Michael Cusick. The Roaring Skies box was good. Big Boys Night, huh? Says CS Daking. Yeah, it'd be nice if we could do a box very similar to this. We could do Unified Minds again. What do we got? Shaman and Dawnwings Necrozma. Someone come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. True. Cyrus. Hey, I know who this guy is now. You know, I hadn't played Diamond Pearl in so long, I'd forgotten him. Spunky says everyone buy a membership now. Nice. Picking up that Prism Star Lunala. That's actually a pretty cool card. And I can see people wanting to collect all of the Prism Stars much later when these Pokemon cards are really old and vintage. Duskmane Necrozma. For sure, says Matthew Fowler. Unbroken Bonds would be cool. All right, there we go. So that was for our friend Michael Cusick, who still did fairly well, actually, Michael. Look at that, guys. All right, Michael with an M. You would be in this box. Morgan John, Michael Kang. You should sell Dollar General dollar packs. We could do that for fun one day, maybe. Here we are, Michael Cusick. Kind of be the opposite of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to move toward more expensive packs. Finally, Derek Moffitt has 10 packs. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Who'd we miss? Oh, Kevin O'Neill still needs to be done. Right, it wraps around to Kevin O'Neill. All right, cool. All right, Derek Moffitt has the next 10 packs. Now, Michael Cusick, he had some good pulls, but he did not pull a 3rd full art. So Derek Moffitt, you're hoping there's actually a 3rd full art in the box. Good luck. Furious Fist Break. Yeah, that would be interesting. I think that'd be pretty expensive too, though. All right, and Very cool. So will the next box be $16 per? Because I already sent my order. We could try to find one that's $16 per spot. Here's Wash Rotom. Oh, man, so lucky, dude. There is another card, and it is a character card. Remember, that's why I said it wouldn't be hyper rare, so maybe it would be a character. Look at that. Hoochie mama! Look at this. This looks like a condom, doesn't it? Like she's wearing a condom skirt. All right. Big stonk pull. Congratulations. What do we got next? We got Rotom here. Here's Solgaleo Prism Star. Very nice. I like these Prism Star pulls a lot, actually. They really add an extra pull to the booster box, I feel. Low Punny. Electivire. There we go. Put that Electivire over there. Here's Salandit and Shaman's kind of nice, actually. You could probably grade that. Here's a Skateboard. Hippowdon. Come on, we need one more pull. Bun Eerie. So, the good news is you pull Mars. The bad news is you don't pull anything else. Solgaleo should count as a pull. Also, I would rather have one full art than 2 GXs, so you're still doing okay. But honestly, because you went so deep, you're not like you're not getting rich off of this round. Let's put it that way. It's not a snipe. Let's put it that way. So there's Shaman. And Shaman's looking pretty cute, not gonna lie. Look at that. Some Hollow Bleed on the card. Boop. Ready for the intellectual conversation? Definitely. What's up, chat? Says Patrick. Intellectual conversations like, which Pokemon would you do? Which Pokemon is the sexiest Pokemon? And you'd like to be stuck on an island with that Pokemon? There's Electivire. Probably Shaman. I mean, look at Shaman basically displaying herself. So Galio and Mars. Vaporeon. 2 people said Vaporeon. The frick? What you talking about? All right, so that's Derek. Oh, that's Derek Moffat. Don't fall. Let's find his bag. Card's trying to jump out of my hands. All right, there we go. Jinx. Ah, fellow Jinx lover. Oh, my God. Kevin O'Neill. All right, here goes. Snorlax. Oh, my God. Alex is into those BBWs. How do you feel about S&P 500 ETF? It needs to be available. When are we going to get a Bitcoin ETF? Come on, Wall Street. They just don't want us to have it. There's Drampa Hollow. Come on, Drampa. Would I grade Drampa? Probably not. Sneasel. Yeah, Sneasel looks like he's going to be up to no good later that night. And Stunky. Ah, I'm sorry, Kevin. Those are cold. Apologize for that, Kevin. Did you know that in terms of male, human, and female Pokemon breeding? What? What is he talking about? Talking about his breeding kink? Come on, man. This is a family show. Vaporeon is the most compatible Pokemon for humans. Oh my God, what? Draw Energy, Arbok 9, Persian 10, Magneton 4 from base set, Eldegoss 10, Neo Revelation Raichu 10, which is actually really nice, Dark Dugtrio 5 for 41, Dark Arbok First Edition 9 for just $100, and Marshadow 10. I feel like I should steal that Dark Arbok and put it in the live customs. People will like that for a pull. That'd be a nice pull. All right, so we were showing that off real fast. Kevin O'Neill said, make me a new bag. We'll do that. All right, that was so much fun and obviously very high demand based on how quickly it sold. As a result, we will go ahead and stock Ultra Prism, okay, guys? Would you recommend grading cards at the moment? And if so, with who? TCC Grading, of course. The TCC Grading Company. Kevin O'Neill. You know, my perspective, PSA is still king by far. And that's because they have this massive head start versus all the other grading companies. It's about the brand. You know, people are treating PSA like it's Gucci or something. like it's Louis Vuitton. And so everyone just wants PSA and they'll pay massive amounts of money for it. And so what you could do is just work on your raw collection of cards, right? Like you could get some fancy raw cards from one of these. So you could buy one of the TCC God packs for $4.50 and collect a bunch of raw cards that way. And don't grade them. Let a lot of time pass, actually. And as the time passes, PSA's competitors will start taking a larger chunk of the pie, and PSA will be forced to bring their prices down. In my opinion, they will. It will reach $50 at some point, at which point I would pick through all of my best pulls and send them off to PSA. Would I send them at $100? Pretty much not, unless it's a multi-$1,000 card. I would not send at $100. Some people, though, when a new set comes out, what they're going to do is they're going to take all the hottest pulls from that set and they're going to get it with PSA. Then they're going to get it up in auction on eBay right away. So they're going to use fast grading. They're going to flip it because the earliest graded cards always way oversell. And what I would tell you guys as buyers is never buy those cards. They're always guaranteed to blow up in population, and you're always guaranteed to overpay for them just when they come out. So you might be tempted to run off and buy them, but you'll get better value if you just wait around for a while. But, you know, you can do anything you want with your money, really. What are you going to charge for grading? I still haven't decided. Right now, it's $25 a card, and you could actually order grading right now for $25 per card, but we haven't officially started, right? So we're waiting for those labels to show up. We're this close to grading. And even when we start, we still won't be able to grade types card, right? Like the square cards. But I'm working on that as well. Anyways, here's what we need to do next. You guys talk amongst each other about which box you want me to offer next, okay? And when I come back, you guys tell me what the most popular choice was. Tammy will tell me which one was most popular. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. All right. So, booster boxes, you say, huh? We're going to do a Breakpoint booster box break because we haven't done one of those in a while. Here it is, Breakpoint. Breakpoint's known for its Skyla, and it's known for the red Gyarados. So great pulls in here, and it's a fantastic box. And so let me go ahead and set up a price for that. Give me a minute. Yeah, it's obvious to me that Ultra Prism's in demand, which I did not know before. Expedition? I don't know about that, man. That sounds expensive, man. Legendary collection. All right, we'll do a legendary collection box break right now. Pop Series 3? I don't know, man. I asked for a spot refund, but can you make it for Breakthrough instead? Thanks, OSM. How's it going, OSM? All right, so Breakpoint. So Breakpoint's actually going to be slightly more expensive at $18 a box, or $18 a pack. So it'll be an additional $2 per spot on this Breakpoint if you'd like to get in. And let me go grab a box top for it. Mister, we all decided we want empty bags with cuddles. All right, guys, I'm hosting the first ever social cuddle meetup. And you just meet up and everyone cuddles. It'll be great. No spankies at all, though, because that's not appropriate. Legendary treasures, man. Breakthrough has Mewtwo's. Yes, Breakthrough is really nice. But I don't know, actually. You know, the Mewtwo's are nice, but I don't know how much I like those particular artworks for the Mewtwo's. Oops, 27, 28. I'll host a party where we get a big empty room and we lay down a bunch of mattresses and we get a bunch of comfy blankets and we'll turn on Pokemon and everyone just cuddles under the blankets. It'll be awesome. Nah, I can't imagine that ends well. Super sus, man. Maybe that's why nobody does it. Maybe that's why there's no such thing. I don't think there is. Have you talked about PSA grading being $100? We just did, Austin. We just talked about it, in fact. So after Kevin O'Neill, we have Bryant Foucault. 10 fusion strikes. You got it, mister. Here goes. Poke Orgy. Maybe we'll just go straight to Poke Orgy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. $1 to charity. 66. Instead of opening the Fates, could you add me to the Breakpoint box? Is this Bryant Foucault? I can definitely do that. So what would this be, 50 bucks? All right, so we'll do 18 divided by 50. 50 divided by 18. 2.7. So you're going to have some money left over, actually. Yeah, you're going to have a lot of money left over. 18 times 2, what is that, like 30? Here, let's just multiply it. 36, yeah. So you have $14 left over, Bryant. You want to send the last $4 over, Bryant, and you'll get the third spot? I don't think it's the same guy. Oh, my God. I didn't even think about that, Tammy. You might be right. Hold on. What would the average cost of someone from EU? What would need to be? About $18 for shipping international. He said instead of Fates. Oh, you're Gabriel Alberto. Why, thank you. Good catch, Tammy. Yay for Tammy. Cuddles with me isn't free. I have to charge. Well, that's why we host a cuddle session. We host a cuddle meetup because we want a scenario where it's totally decentralized. In order to join, you have to order a TCC NFT. And that way, nobody has to pay, except for the person who issues the NFTs. He gets all the money. All right. I'm just making a joke. Everyone's always like, decentralize it. It's like, how? Cuddle Sanctuary. That's right. We're going to make a sanctuary city, but for cuddles. Where do you get all your mid-tier graded cards? I don't know. Mister, how's your day? They could be valuable, mister. Who could be valuable? NFTCC. Very good. Incoming Mew? Maybe. Could be Mew. Could be anything. Here's a Gengar. He's kind of cool. Oh, cool. These are actually correct now. Poke Prostitution. Poke Prostitution. I don't know about that. Here's Simipour. But you first have to show your vaccine card. That's right. You can't join the cuddle session without your vaccine card. how we started the new box break. Also, Mr. Did my order go through? How's it going? We started the next one. It is Breakpoint. If you ordered for Ultra Prism and you did not make it in, I'm probably going to ask you to send me a penny message saying you want to be an XY Breakpoint, but also note that Breakpoint is $2 more expensive, okay? Per spot. All right, that was for Bryant Foucault. What's up, Bryant? He says, donate the hollows. Thank you, Bryant. Bryant, you did get an ultra rare pull, but it wasn't actually a crazy pull. It's the power tablet. And as you know, when you pull a trainer ultra rare really doesn't hold all that much value except for when it's like a Pokeball. I have a bag. He says, B overflow. B overflow. What does that mean? Oh, we have a B overflow. Yay! Here it is. I wanted Ultra Prism. Pretty sure I said in the message, says GLXY. Ultra Prism sold out, Mr. GLXY. I apologize. Go to Texas, free cuddles, and no card. Next up, we have Alan Doan, who says 3 Ultra Prisms. Is Alan Doan here? What would you like me to do, Mr. Alan Doan? I apologize, but those are sold out. All right, we got your Steam Sieges. I have my own box, says Alan Doan. Oh, well, look at you. We're going to open up. Well, I'm going to wait for your response. Is Alan Doan here? I sent the rest already. Okay, so it sounds like you'll take 3 spots in the XY Breakpoint. Is that right? Well, let me refresh. I'll read your note. Yes, I apologize, guys. There's going to be a number of you did not make it into the... Oh, my gosh, I better update the description. I didn't even think about that. We are sold out Ultra Prism. And it is an $18 Breakpoint now. All right, we updated the... Yes, we updated the description. I apologize. Ultra Prism sold out so fast. It's shocking. It's red somewhere. What? 3 spots on Breakpoint. Sounds good. All right, Alan Donut, thank you so much. So I knew it was going to be easy working with Alan Donut. He's done this all before. How do I buy cards from you? How's it going? You'll want to read the link in the description. Here's Hydreigon Hollow and Yveltal Hollow. They're decent hollows, but they do look off-center, don't they? They look kind of fat on the right side of the card. All right. That's supposed to be Golden Gardevoir. What are the positives with grading with TCC? I lick your card before I put it into the case. And sometimes I eat spicy Cheetos and I don't wash my hands. Ugh. So you get a very, very special grading, in other words. There you go. Am a big fan. Amazing pulls. Oh, thank you, man. We open a lot of cards over here, and so inevitably we get amazing pulls. And then my side turns into a little video. All right, so we were helping Alan Doan. Joseph Avila, $20 to cancel slab away. $25 slab away, a God pack. Wow, okay, sounds good. Well, actually, Mr. Joseph, you didn't even have to send the $25 for the God pack because... Well, no, you should actually. I feel like that's a good thing to have a down payment on it. You know what I mean? We're allowing you to take the down payment and apply it toward the booster pack. So that's a really nice thing, isn't it? But let's see. So we're looking for Joseph Avila. Here it is. Let me find you in the Slab Away channel now. Joseph Avila. Here it is. All right, so it looks like it had started out at $370. And you had paid down $30. So really, you're just getting about $10 back, okay, Joseph? And what I'll do for you is we'll just change this from Tyranitar to God Pack. And we're going to apply $35 to it. So we got $450 is the starting price. You got $10 back from refunding. And then you got a $25 reserve fee as well, which goes straight toward the value of the pack. All right, so I've gone ahead and done that for you. If you take a look, Joseph Avila, you'll see now that you have the God Pack with $415 remaining, okay? All right, there goes. And I suppose that means I need to update the price on this guy. Give me a minute, everyone. It looks like his price is actually the same, so I don't need to update it. But it's got his name on the back, so let me get a fresh sleeve and a fresh sticker. So this well, you know, I'm actually going to put this back in my collection. I don't know why I was selling him in the first place. It's such a nice card. Ah, should I? Dude, it's legitimately a really nice... I can't decide. Yeah. Okay, I'll sell it. That's what I do every time, actually. Every time I'm like, I can't decide whether I want to sell something. You know, I'd rather hold it, but, you know, there's no cards available for Slab-Away, so I'm just trying to make something available. Really struggling here with this. So this is available for Slab-Away, or you can buy it outright for $370, and that's the cheapest buy now price on it. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Joseph Avila. Next up, we have... Oh, actually, Joseph Avila, you actually sent me $20 to do the cancellation. I see. So, Mr. Joseph Avila, since you actually sent me $20, I'll just go apply that to your booster pack as well, okay? Give me a minute here. I didn't realize that. I was taking the $20 out of the value that you'd already paid in Slab-Away. Does that make sense? So you would have gone from $450 to $425, and then we would have actually removed $30 from $425, which would have come out to be $395, I think. Yeah. All right. So you have $395 remaining, Mr. Joseph Avila. Kip F, 1 Opus 1. All right. We're moving on. That took a little while, didn't it? Alex says, for sure. We need a for sure emoji. He also wants a 25th anniversary booster pack. You got it. Mr. Kip, it's finally your turn, Kip. Thanks for your patience. Thank you for making how many times do I have to say stop eating my jalapenos, the running joke in my family. Not really, but thank you. Jalapenos! That'll burn the whole right off of me. Now, I actually love spicy food, but I try not to eat as much of that spicy sriracha sauce because it's full of salt and sugar, it turns out. And so I'm just trying to be a little healthier by skipping something I really like. You know, I was talking to my wife today, actually. I told my wife we should design a sriracha sauce with no sweetener in it and with less spiciness as well, so that more people can enjoy it. All right, what do we got here? We've got, oh, look, it's Lily. Ooh. Think of like how jalapeno and green peppers, they're like very similar, but the jalapeno is spicy and the green pepper is not. Maybe we could find some kind of red chili that's not very spicy, but it carries a lot of the same flavor. Kip F. But you know, that's a big job for somebody who's got time to do something like that. That's called ketchup. Not really, not really. It's a sriracha does have a really distinct flavor from ketchup. Sriracha without the acha. That's right. That's the best part, the acha. There you go, Mr. Kip. Kip with the enormous bag. Next up, we have Terrence Womack. 3 lot customs for Terrence Womack. Mr. Terrence has been waiting a long time for this, guys. What does he pull? Swirlix? Oh, a hit. And you sweep past the hit as well. So not bad. Let's see what you grabbed. Sriracha sucks. They had a good run, but they put it in everything and got hella played out. Yeah, I still really liked it, but, you know, I was just learning about it, and it's really not too healthy to be eating lots and lots of it all the time like I was. So I've taken it out of my diet. Hey, that's Team Rocket Grunt. I'm sorry, not Team Rocket Grunt. That's Team Rocket Returns. Reverse Hollow Whooper. Look how happy he is. There's that special stamp. This, of course, is from the EX era. It's just a really cool card. Sriracha isn't that spicy. No, I agree, actually. I was eating loads of sriracha so much. My wife was like, how can you eat that? Because I could just eat it by the spoonful, and, you know, I wouldn't even feel it. But what I'm trying to say is that I think that you could compete with sriracha by making it even less spicy and appealing to a wider audience. All right, Mr. Terrence, thank you so much. We'll place that to the side. He also needs 3 Evolving Skies and 1 Battle Styles. Is Rocket still not sold out? Not yet. Isn't that just hot sauce then? Says undercover off duty. Sneap. Great with seafood. Great with anything, really. I was eating sriracha on everything. It was too much. And so really what I was doing was I was pouring a ton of salt onto all of my meals. And sugar, too. There's sugar in sriracha. Good luck, Terrence. You got Kingdra Artillery. Whoa, that's packed really tight. Here's Cutie Fly. Pyroar and Leafeon. All right, you got Leafeon. That's why I use salsa, almost no sugar and limited salt. Yeah, definitely. Oh, look at that. One of those bad sleeves. There we go. Last pack. What do we got in the last pack? Duraludon VMAX. Austin, buy Rocket. We will cut Jeremy's. Yeah. Oh my God, I keep flipping the sleeve over. I'm not supposed to do that. There we go. That was for Terrence Womack. Best place to get Japanese Pokemon singles? In Japan, of course. That's where I go. I go straight to Japan. And I fill a briefcase up with all the singles. And then I talk to singles in my area. TY, True Blue Sky, Tyler. Terrence, I feel like you need a new bag. Is that right? Okay, sir, I will do it. That's right. Get on a plane to Japan. Aren't they locked down? I don't think you can just go to Japan these days, right? Here we are. I like this music, actually. This is outside of the Elite Four, right? From Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. No more fun time for Jeremy. He will definitely be Netflix and chilling. There we go. Oh my God. Speaking of singles, how are the German-French singles doing? I've sold a few. They're not like super popular, actually. Just a few, though, I have sold. You want a better look at what's in here, actually? Maybe I'll give you a concept. So, first of all, there's not a lot of them anyways. And then we got, here they are. They're all packed fresh, actually. There's a Lapras. I think these are German. There's a couple of these energy cards. I might remove some of these. I mean, actually, if you pull an energy card, what I think I'll do is I'll draw again for you, and you'll just keep the energy card for free. So the energy cards will be free if you pull them. So there they are. Those are from Fossil. They're pretty old, actually. Next up, we've got Kyle Copera. I'd like 2 of the Sword and Shield Japanese 25th anniversary packs. You got it, Kyle Copera. Mr. Kyle. So weird that you guys are buying these. Yeah, they're nearly sold out. We were on the last box, I believe. No rare holo Japanese singles? No, because those are a lot more complicated. You wouldn't want to sell those as... well, I mean, I couldn't sell them in a box where you randomly pull them, is what I'm trying to say. But I'm not going to go through the trouble of picking them out one by one and selling them to you either. Pikachu, although if you buy one of the TCC God packs, you might pull one over there. There we go. That's for Kyle Capera. Kyle, I noticed you didn't mention the status of your bag. I would really appreciate it, you guys, if you talk about your bag if you have one or if you don't, so that I can go looking knowing whether it exists or not. Mr. Kyle. We got Kevin, Kenny, Kevin, 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 Kyle Sexton. I don't really feel like anyone's behind Kyle Sexton. It's been a while. Okay, well, nobody's going to be behind Kip, so I think he needs a new bag, is what I suspect. All right, here we are. I don't have a bag. You don't? Let me get you a fresh bag, Mr. Kyle. Talking about my bag is pretty personal. Kyle Copera. There we go. Alexander McKay. One live custom snipe. You got it, Alexander. Shoot. Hey, it's a snipe. Grapple locked full art. All right. Here we go. Doot. Yugioh Card Shop says 1 box break, Ultra Prism, and 1 Battle Styles. Yugioh Card Shop, are you wanting into the XY Breakpoint box break? Because you have enough for that. And we can skip your Battle Style and you can have $2 left over. Kyle says, when do you ship bags out or how? Well, I ship bags out when you order $8 shipping, okay? You have to order $8 shipping. Mister, can you sing us a sweet lullaby? The Ace of Spades. Do, 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 do. Mister, do you ever open packs for yourself? Lately, not too much, actually. Not a whole lot. You'll notice that. And I guess that's because I feel like I've got a lot of cards to grade, and I'm just waiting for PSA grading to open up. And then also, I've got a lot of cards to grade, and I'm waiting for my own grading to open up, TCC grading. So, but, you know, when I'm running low on cards to grade again, I'll probably start opening again. And I'm Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Shop. Anyways, Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Shop, I need him to tell me what it is he wants me to do. Have you pulled any Gold Star Umbreons in celebrations? Normally, I do open a lot of cards, by the way. The last thing I opened was like, I think it was a couple $1,000s worth of base set starter decks. Mr. Rudy said, made a video yesterday and said he never buys graded cards. Any thoughts? Well, I think that's just silly if you're not buying graded cards. I've had graded cards do extremely well for me. And buying a graded card is a fantastic way to make sure that you're getting a high quality card, because there is no doubt a lot of poor quality cards out there that are raw cards, okay? So like if Rudy has like a raw card collection, which I don't even think he has that, I'm going to guess he only buys a sealed product. And, you know, if everyone did that, well, maybe there wouldn't be any demand for the sealed product then, because nobody's opening the sealed product to have it graded, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think that's actually a really silly thing to say, because I really do enjoy getting gem mint cards that I know are packed fresh with almost no flaws on them. That's exactly what I'm looking to collect. Why wouldn't you want to collect that? But maybe his argument is that, oh, well, the grading's too expensive, or maybe he's arguing, oh, I only collect the cards raw, but it's like, well, you know, eventually you want to know which of your raw cards are in good condition or not. I feel that we got to move on. Did Mr. Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Shop speak up? I don't think he did. All right, I'm making a decision. He's going to get a refund. Here we are. His thoughts are irrelevant if he opens MetaZoo. Well, I don't think that's necessarily true. But you know what he's probably doing? He's probably taking all of his capital and he's buying nothing but booster boxes, and then he sells those on a flip, right? And that's great. But you know, then you got guys like TCC Gaming, right? And he buys up like 5 Charizards right away from something like Celebrations, or he opens them and then he grades them. And I watched them sell for like $700 a piece or $500 a piece. And I was doing the math, and in my head, I'm like, he's doubling his money on these, you know, but he acts very quickly to get that all done, and he's professional, and people trust his name. So he's built up a brand for himself, so he's able to do that kind of stuff, you know, kind of like how I come here live, and you guys trust me to open cards for you. So, you know, everyone has a different strategy, but to tell people that they shouldn't collect, you know, cards that have been graded 10, it's like, it is just a dumb opinion. It's not a, I don't think it's really a hot take. Take a look at the baseball cards, football cards, basketball cards. You know, there's people dropping like $30,000, $40,000 on PSA 10s. You know, you can claim that that's not very valuable. Like maybe you're trying to affect the culture of card collecting, but obviously there's people who have a lot of money who do believe they're worth collecting, and you know, him saying that's not really going to stop them. So I guess I would wonder, why would he tell people that? Is he wanting people to collect less graded? I don't know. I really like graded. Mister, he didn't want his money back. Oh, Mr. Yugioh, I'm sorry. Yugioh, if you don't mind, you could send the money again, and what I'll do is I'll let you jump the line, okay? Chris Sanchez, I think you're saying that you're a Yu-Gi-Oh card shop, but I thought that, yeah, maybe the problem is I thought that Yu-Gi-Oh card shop had an actual YouTube name, Yu-Gi-Oh Card Shop. Maybe I'm confusing it. I apologize, man. Mister, he sent a penny message. It's possible Rudy just said that to tell everyone what he does. Mister, he sent a penny message like an hour ago. Kind of sounds toxic. I apologize, Mr. Yu-Gi-Oh. If you send it again, I'll let you jump the line so you don't have to do any waiting, okay? But so you've got that $20 on the way back in a PayPal refund, and that's my fault for not seeing that you are responding. I guess I didn't know that Chris Sanchez was Yu-Gi-Oh Card Shop. You got to be real careful with that, because somebody could pretend to be Yu-Gi-Oh Card Shop. They could be like, hey, I'm Yu-Gi-Oh Card Shop. Do this for me. And that actually happens not all the time, but it does happen. And so I'm really looking for somebody named Yu-Gi-Oh Card Shop in the comment section to say something, but that's not going to work all the time, is it? It's this classic problem we were running into where something sells out, and then I need to be able to communicate with the people who missed out on that product. Let's see. So, Alan Doan, Joseph Avila, Kip F., Terrence Womack, Kyle Copera, Alexander McKay, Yu-Gi-Oh Card Shop, which we just refunded, Matt Waters, 7 Hololive from Matt Waters. What's up, Matt? And Matt, we might start a new bag for you now. I apologize, Mr. Yu-Gi-Oh Card Shop, again. I didn't mean to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Here we are. But yeah, you know, for him to say, I don't collect graded cards, is probably just because he's got a little system of his own going that makes him money, and he's sitting there going, well, I'm just going to make money the way that I make money best, so why would I collect graded? But even really large card shops, you'll see them selling graded cards constantly, and I think an enormous amount of money was made in card grading. So it's like, if you sent your collection off to grade, and a lot of it came back with decent grades, you flipped at a much higher premium. Put your mama! So the demand is there. You can't deny that there's a demand. Here's, oh, look, the elf lady. Typically, people share that kind of information, like what they do, because they want to tell you, here's the clever thing I'm doing that you're not doing. And again, like, if everyone only wanted to collect sealed product and nobody wanted to collect graded product, well, then he probably wouldn't be able to sell very many cards, because one of the main reasons people open booster boxes of cards is to send them off to grade. So if everyone actually copied him, he would probably lose a lot of his own business. So it doesn't even make sense to promote that everyone do the same thing as him. What? And here's Bionicle Lady. Another great example would be SM Pratt. Oh, my lordy. I didn't know you could get this as a full art. It's the Succubus girl. Hoochie mama. Some of it might be that once a card is graded, all the money has already been made. Why not buy raw? You have more potential. Oh, are you saying he buys raw and then flips it graded? Yeah, I mean, it's true, but it's not true all the time, actually, because some cards are so unlikely to pull that you are safer just going directly to the 10. Like, you guys have experienced this yourself. Have you ever opened sealed product and you open it and you open it and you open it and you end up pulling off-center cards, cards with white dots? Have you never seen that? Like, even with the old vintage stuff, it's the same way, right? Like, you open, and the truth is, the matter of the fact is, you do not always pull 10s out. You pull 9s, you pull 8s. And so the next thing you'll say is, oh, well, just go buy singles. All right, well, why don't you just go buy a PSA 10 Dark Magneton first edition raw single? Well, they just don't exist. Nobody wants to sell them, because if it's going to grade 10, they're going to be the ones to grade it. So it just doesn't exist in the market. So you have to open up vintage booster packs. And if you're looking at the math, you have to do some math. What is a better option for me? Opening raw packs of Team Rocket First Edition to try and pull a perfect Dark Magneton when there's only 46 of them in the world, graded 10, or to just go right out and buy one for, I think the last one sold for like 7,500. So, you know, you have to make that choice whether or not you're going to do better buying up sealed product and opening it to see if you can pull a 10 from the sealed product, or just going straight to buying the 10. And in a lot of cases, like in the case of that Dark Magneton, sometimes the $7,500 is a good deal, because you know the math is in your against you. It's against you pulling that card out of the pack and getting a 10 out. It's the same with like Rocket Scyther from Jim, Misty's Golduck, Blaine's Moltres from Jim Heroes. There's all these cards that are very unlikely to grade 10, even if you did pull them out of the booster pack, which you have like a 1 in 3 odds of pulling a holo at all, you know, if it's not searched or if it's not tampered with product also, right? So you have like a 1 in 3 odds, and then you got to, it has to happen to be that card you want, and it has to be grading a 10, right? So like a lot of the time, I think some of the best PSA 10s are actually underpriced. And that's especially true right now. So a lot of 10s have been underpriced because there's so many slabs on the market that they've got too much choice. And so all the money's spread out amongst all these different slabs. And so, yeah, I mean, I've made quite a lot of money in the slabs, actually. I love already graded product, and I also do like to grade product. So I do both. Matt Waters, I like box breaks. I like box breaks because they're very safe. And I like to buy up raw cards that I know I have a very low chance of actually grading 10. And I'll just buy anything that I think is going to move in price over time. And that has worked extremely well for me. All right, so that was for Matt Waters. You got a new bag, Mr. Matt. Cyber Game, well, let me make sure we took care of Matt all the way. Cyber Gameway says, hey, mister, I would like the following goodies. 2 live custom boosters. Here goes. 1, cast form, and 2, Hatterene. Yeah, if his argument is that slabs don't appreciate in price, he's just wrong on that. A lot of slabs actually do appreciate in price, and they appreciated really hard for over the last 3 years, and they only recently have, so the vintage cards have stayed stagnant, and a lot of the modern fell, and some of the modern fell really bad. But that has to do with population count. So all this modern cards came back from PSA. And again, there's so much on the market because everyone's trying to make money with Pokemon cards. So there's a lot of competition driving down the price of the slabs, which is good for the buyers. That's 2 live custom boosters. He wants 5 Star Wars Galaxy 1. All right, we're getting a fresh box, it looks like. I'll need a new bag. Sounds good, man. So Cyber, whenever you do order shipping, you'll just want to remind me you have a God pack. I already opened one. All right. He sent the money again. Oh, sounds good. All right. So he sent the money again. Let me take a break from this, Mr. Cyber Gameway. We're going to take care of Mr. Yugioh. Yeah, let me get a refresh going. Ooh la la. Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Shop. I'd like to order a VMAX Climax and 1 Battle Style. Sounds good. Here we are, VMAX Climax and 1 Battle Style. There is variation between boxes. Sneep. All right, let's see what we got. But yeah, again, another great example is SM Pratt. He has a really fantastic graded collection. I'm sure all of his graded cards weren't just him going in and strictly grading raw cards. I'm sure sometimes he actually acquired previously graded cards. Same with TCC Gaming, and he's done fantastically well, in my opinion, as well, because he was buying up tons of slabs right before the market exploded. He was just buying buttloads of slabs. So that guy made off like a I don't know. So he's like, he was just an early mover with the Pokemon cards, and he did extremely well, I'm sure. I mean, he must have become in my opinion, TCC Gaming became a multimillionaire, probably pretty quietly, but he became a multimillionaire with his slab collection, because I'd seen his closet one time, And, you know, I just thought about how all the slabs went up in price by like 3 to 5 times, especially depending on what you had. And so he could sell off his whole collection right now, and it'd probably be worth, I don't know, a couple million at least, in my opinion. That sounds funny, but I'm not even kidding. I think that his collection is probably worth a couple million from my point of view. All right, Mr. Yugioh Card Shop, if I had to guess, and I'm sure he's got a really good sealed collection as well. TCC Gaming, I wonder what happened to him. Oh, TCA Gaming, I'm sorry, our names are very similar. I run not on purpose either. My bad. All right, so we are back to Mr. Cyber Gameway. We've got your 5 Galaxy Star Wars 1. You want 5 Star Wars Galaxy 2 as well, huh? Give me a minute. We can definitely get that for you. All right. If you could guarantee that loose packs were untampered, would you still prefer boxes? If I could guarantee that they were still, if they were untampered, well, if that was true for the whole market, if everyone was guaranteed that the loose packs were untampered with, they would probably go up in price almost immediately. Because I guarantee you, there's guys like me out there who don't like to mess with them, and who prefer box breaks. All right, and then you'd also like 5 of the Star Wars Galaxy 3. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so in the event that you had 100% guarantee that the booster packs were untampered with when it comes to those $500 booster packs or $1,000 booster packs, that you don't want to risk your whole, whatever, like, paycheck on, yeah, I think that the market would just price them higher because now finally there's some really good trust for them. All right, he'd also like 7 Deadly Sins. And would I consider buying them? I think I'd consider it, sure. Because it'd be easier. You'd be buying a smaller fraction at a time. So that's kind of convenient. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Of course, we have 6. We need one more. We need one more, but I think I'm sold out. All right, I am 1 pack short of finishing your 7 Deadly Sins order. I'm going to toss a data live on there, and we're going to go ahead and mark the 7 Deadly Sins as sold out. Here we are. Data Live's a little more expensive at $7, so you're getting that as a substitution, and it's kind of a nice substitution, right? All right, back to it. He also orders 1 round of shipping. All right, very good. Here goes. We are ready. Should only be 2 7 Deadly Sins. Oh, it looks like it says times 7. But what you had written is 2x 7 Deadly Sins. And the way you read it, it looks like it's saying 7 of them. All right, so we got just 2 of them, and we can actually fulfill that. It's very easy to misread it. It's because 7 is in the name. Actually, I did that with somebody else's order before. That's very funny. All right, here we go. We'll start with these, actually, since there's just 2 of them. Thank you so much. We've got Gout there holding his head up. Oh, my Lord. And pack number 2. Oh, nice. Full art Meliodas. It's Meliodas. All right, so you got that, and you got the bonus card over there. Hey, mister, so you are not grading the Star Wars cards, mister. I will be grading the Star Wars cards. I will be grading all Topps cards that other than sports. Sports would be what I'm not touching. I think you missed my order. I was after Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Shop. Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Shop would have had... Yeah, it's not your turn yet. You're after Cyberway Gaming. I can see you right now. So it went Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Shop, Matt Waters, Cyberway Gaming, and then Darcy. So you're very close, Darcy. You remembered it correctly. You probably just forgot that Cyberway Gaming was just before you. All right, here we go. Star Wars Galaxy 3. And by the way, thanks for the donation. That's really nice of you. Sneep. And Sneep. All right, we got some Sneeps in. We got a Darcy order. I'm so excited. Here goes. So Star Wars Galaxy 3 has some sexy cards in it, just like Star Wars Galaxy 1 and 2. But we're not just looking for sexy cards. We're looking for the cards overall. LucasArts. Here's these cool first day production cards. So that's like a first edition card, right? And that's something that Star Wars Galaxy 1 and 2 don't have. They don't have these first day production cards. So that's very nice. Hey, mister. What's up, Mr. Cyberway Gaming? We're doing your order right now. I like to store all the cards back in here. If I bought some Star Wars off of you earlier, can I send those in to get graded from you? Yes. So if you see a Star Wars card you want graded, oh, you mean something that I've already shipped to you? If it, if I've already shipped it to you, the whole point of having people grade cards that are still on the table is I know they haven't been tampered with, but I mean, I guess, yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I think it would probably be change the name of the stream, says Nate. How's it going, Mr. Nate? Maybe I should, because the Ultra Prism box is sold out, and Ultra Prism box is probably still in the title of the stream. Who are these guys? Are the Star Wars cards worth very much? They could be. I think it depends on which one you pull. Here we are. Like the etched Darth Vader card from Star Wars Galaxy 1. That's a really crazy card. I really like it a lot. He says, no pressure, think about it. I think the right thing to do would probably have to say no. If the cards have already reached your home, I can no longer verify whether or not the cards have been tampered with. I really don't think any of you guys would tamper with the cards, but it's about principle, you know what I mean? Like, on principle, I shouldn't do it. What is this music? This is real Pokemon music? Never heard that one. All right, there we go. All right, what do we have here? Speaking of slapping cards, for the Y Schwartz signature cards, grading them for values relatively new. You can expect a PSA 10 or equivalent to raise their value by 2 and 2.5. Cool, man. Yeah, actually, you know, people were grading those Final Fantasy cards and getting a pretty good premium on them as well. And those are also kind of new to be grading. There's not like a large population on them. Okay, there your Jawas. They sent a 5-pound message, sir, mister. How's it going? Who's they? What's the most expensive card you have to grade so far? I pulled the booty card too, and I wanted that graded. Well, if you hold on to it and you really want me to grade it, I should be able to do it pretty soon in the future. I have to buy a forensic machine, but they're like $25,000. So what I ought to do is take some time and try to identify a much cheaper machine that can do the same job, because $25,000 just seems excessive. There has to be a version of it that is smaller and cheaper. All right, mister, will you only be grading cards that are pulled on your live stream, or can people send them in? At the start, I will only be grading cards that people pull on this live stream. Eventually, I'll accept mail-ins, and I don't know what to accept. I don't know what to expect when the mail-ins begin, because, you know, if you guys start sending in, let's say like a 50-card order, and a couple people do that, it just exponentially increases my workload. Oh, I'm sorry. Did these not go back in their pack? Guess I missed a few. These should have gone back in their pack. Here, we'll keep them in a sleeve for now. Did any God packs get open? How's it going, Sunfan? One God pack was open right at the beginning of the stream. So if you're able to rewind to the beginning, you might want to check it out. I'm going to send Mr. a lock of my hair. You got it, Bud Thompson. You know, I'm open-minded to grading a lot of things that the other companies won't consider grading, including lewd cards, by the way. I think I'd like to make that an option, because I bet if you had like a lewd Pokemon card or like a lewd authentically printed card for some company, I bet you places like PSA won't even touch it. And I don't care. I don't care about doing that kind of stuff. It doesn't bother me one bit. Do we have any message? Do we have anyone managing the TCC graded card market? Pot reports recently sold. Nothing like that. That is another step I need to take, is getting a good website running. You know, my biggest concern actually will be security for the cards. So I want to have a database where you can look up an image of that card and see that that specific card is the one that you have. You know what I mean? When you're holding it in your hand. All right, here we are. We got Galaxy 2. When it comes to card population, I was talking to my wife about it, and I wasn't really sure how important card population is, because card population could be a pretty significantly difficult task to program and to maintain when it comes to card grading. And in the end, here's what I was asking myself. I was like, will you guys even use it? Or will you guys just run off to PSA's website and check the population there? Because when I thought about it, let's say I wanted to check the population of like a Charizard, I'm not going to my own website to use it because PSA gets the insane volume that I won't be getting, you know what I mean? But then again, maybe it's the right move for the long haul, you know what I mean? Like, so for the long haul, you probably would want to have a pot report. So it's just a complicated issue. It might be something we implement a little bit later. And what we might have is we might have a local database that's not actually hosted on a website, and the local database will be updated. And then when it's time, we'll convert it over to like a website. But that's already what we have planned to do with the security images. But yeah, pot report, I can tell you it's not the highest priority. The highest priority is to begin grading. That's the highest priority. And the second highest priority will be to set up a method for you to see your exact card online using a identification code. That'll be the #1 priority when it comes to the website. All right, what do we got? You know, really what I have to make a large priority is hiring somebody to help me out because I could use help today even. If I had help, I could just be doing a lot more important work rather than something like the shipping or the cleaning. Shipping and cleaning, those are like the easiest jobs. You know, I don't need to be doing shipping and cleaning. I'm pretty sure he has 4. I don't know. Do any of you guys live near Missouri? Get your butts over here. I haven't actually looked for anyone to employ. It's just on my mind all the time recently. But I haven't actually put out any. I don't even know what the laws are for employing someone. I've never done it before, so it would require some learning. There's still 5 of the 7 deadly sins. That's correct. They're $6 a piece. Mister, if your card grading goes to the moon, would you consider branching out on your grading company? But yeah, I think if it went to the moon, what I'd like to do is open up an office in another country so that we could do card grading maybe here and maybe in the UK. I think that'd be really cool. But that's only if it goes to the moon, and I'm in it for the long haul. I love to work. You guys know I like to work, and so I could see myself working on this for 25 years and not retiring, and really for the card grading to expand. And I'm very serious about this. With the card grading, I definitely have to start. Look at this. Look at this. Naughty C3PO. Oh my God. Definitely I'll have to find out how to, find like a business partner who can help me run the card grading as its own separate entity from the live stream, because the live stream is really where I can't hire somebody to be me, you know what I mean? So you guys come here and we hang out as a group, and I can't hang out with you guys as somebody else, you know what I mean? I can only be myself in these live streams. Wow, Han getting tortured. What a crazy card, man. So far, the Star Wars cards have not had any etched cards in them, and no sexy cards either. So we're not having a hot round in them. We're on our last round of Star Wars cards here, though. Has anyone bought a God pack? How's it going, Dervin? We've sold, in the last 2 days, a total of 4 God packs. And we had one sell at the very beginning of this stream. So if you can rewind the stream to the beginning, you can see what was in it. All right. They have been improved slightly from yesterday. So what we opened today is a better example of what you can expect to pull. All right, here we go. Star Wars Galaxy 1. I feel so familiar with these cards now because we opened so many of them. But yeah, I'm pretty serious about hiring somebody, not hiring, but like partnering up with somebody to run a card grading business. I can't be like CEO of a card grading business and do this live stream every day. It would just be impossible time-wise. So I've got to have people who are similar to me who know how to run something like that. What do we got? I can't believe we've made it this far, you know what I mean? It's really cool. What do we got? I think that me being over here running the channel will be extremely important because I will be like permanent advertisement for the card grading company, which is something that a lot of the mom and pop shops don't have. So anyone can start their own card grading company today if they do enough research and they have the starter money and they work hard enough at it. Anyone can start up a company. But what they can't do is they can't have a giant YouTube channel that's dedicated to advertising it for free. Like maybe you could even get somebody, one of the larger Pokemon YouTubers, to advertise your grading company for you, right? Maybe you could do that. But they're not going to do it every single day for free. You're going to have to pay out the nose to have them do it every day. And I have that really quite a large advantage that way, because I can just be like, hey, use TCC grading. Hey, use TCC grading. Hey, have you seen TCC grading? It's great. You know what I mean? So I'm able to advertise the card grading company, and that's a pretty large asset. All right, there we go. All the Star Wars cards have been opened, Mr. Cyber Gameway. Unfortunately, there were no super sexy cards and no edged cards. I wonder if you had gone 15 packs deep into just one of the boxes, if you would have sniped one of those lovely edged cards. So it has a little bit of sweep. However, there's a lot of nice cards in there. Like, many of these cards could just be graded perhaps for their face value. Like I saw in the Star Wars Galaxy 3, you had the son and father, Luke and Vader, and that card looked really nice. You got these first day production cards also from the Star Wars Galaxy 3. Like this one's really nice. And you could probably grade all the first day production cards as well, which is one of the benefits of Star Wars Galaxy 3. So, geez Louise, man, that's a large chunk of cards in there. And of course, you take all them home. When it comes to the Star Wars cards, you take all your bulk with you. And I believe you did order shipping, right? Yes, so let's get you let's see, what will we actually want for this shipping? We'll probably want, hold on. Oof. Good morning from Austria. How's it going, man? You're going to actually need to pay someone a really good wage, mister. Are you ready to do that? Well, yeah, I'm not afraid of that at all. Actually, the wages would probably just be whatever the company earns. So you would just make whatever is earned. And so if we're doing well, you'll probably earn a lot of money. All right, Cyber, let me open up your PayPal and get that address. Would you support me if I ran a business of my own? What kind of business? OnlyFans? I'm sending you all the support. We can collaborate on our OnlyFans channels. All right, here we are. And let me compare it to the address you gave me. Yes, all right. And we're going to have you shipped out in a regional rate box. Very cool. All right, and I know you have your God Pack as well, so we'll get that. Gonna run a sweatshop out of his garage. That's right. I'd love it if I could find somebody who's just like me, really crazy about getting a lot of work done, you know what I mean? But I feel like that's very hard to find. But I'm sure somebody out there likes to work a lot, and just for its own sake even. And if he and I were teamed up, we'd be pretty scary, I think. All right, I got your God Pack. Here it is. There we go. But yeah, for the card grading company to expand, I can't run it as a one-man band. That doesn't even make sense. Right now, it doesn't even make sense because I'm already 100% busy with the live stream. Do you plan on any more Ultra Prism in the near future? Yes. For the right price, I'm that guy. After I'm done high school this year, I'm making a trip to you. You should run a card grading service. Mister, how's it going, Lily? All right. So we're all done with that enormous order. Now we have Darcy. Thanks for your patience, Darcy. Darcy says, I'd like 2 VMAX Climax. All right, that's another empty box of VMAX Climax. Do you have any sealed products from Sky Ridge? I do not. No Sky Ridge. I've got a PSA 10 Crystal Charizard, though. When I get out of elementary school, I want to help. Wow. If sold out, Shiny Star V, 3 in the box break. All right, so Darcy, you wanted to be in that box break. Let me go ahead and refresh and see if you sent a penny message. Let's see. Could you change it all to VMAX Climax? And 1 for Alex and Mike? Damn, all right, you got it. You got it, Darcy. Give me a minute. Holy moly. So you sent 80. We're going to divide that. Exactly 5 packs, huh? You got it. Grab too many. Let me put those back. So these are for Mike and for Alex. This one will be for Alex. Let's start there. Shoot 5. Why, thank you. Sneap. Line's not actually looking too bad, by the way, guys. It's a Tuesday night. Tuesday nights are always real slow. You got the cast form card. How nice. Now I can draw boobies on it. How come you don't get hyped when pulling a great card? Not hating, just curious. I don't really know what you're even talking about. I do get hyped when we pull a great card. And probably how you're defining a great card and how I'm defining a great card is different. So, like, the card has to be pretty expensive for me to get hyped. And that's because I own some really expensive cards. So it takes, at this point, it takes more to impress me. So, like, I'm not going to scream because I pulled cast form. Not everything makes me scream. Actually, you know, a lot of the YouTubers that you enjoy watching, like Leonhardt, for example, he's been pulling Pokemon cards for years. He's pulled the most expensive cards you can pull. When he shouts, he's acting. It's a form of acting so that you enjoy his content. He's not really that excited when he pulls the card. He's pulled probably bazillions of those cards, and you know it becomes a bit more routine to open up the cards. It's not like, you know, opening it for the first time ever, like when you were. Right, we're full-grown adults. We've opened enormous numbers of these cards, and we've owned really expensive versions of these cards. So, like, when we don't scream, it's just because we're not acting anymore. And he probably acts in every one of his videos, but that's because that's the style of the content he makes. So maybe that's what your expectations have been cut from. You know, that's what you're expecting from all content. Urshifu VMAX, and that is for Mr. Mike's side. And I apologize. I believe I put Alex's pull into Darcy's bag because I was busy responding to that message. There we go. All right. React more, mister. I think when you sponsor it different. I do the fake reactions for fun sometimes, like, oh my God. Ah! It's fun. It's fun, actually, because I like to think that you guys get a little high off of it. You know what I mean? But yeah, so Leonhardt, it's fake. The big reactions are completely acting. It's just how it works, you know? It's just the nature of it. All right, Mike's side. Yay! Does Kmart even still exist? I think it does. And I think you can actually order cards off of their website. I'm not even joking. That Dark Dragonite Error pull is the coolest pull I've ever seen. Yeah, it's pretty neat. I like that it also had the first edition Charizard in the pack. That's like mind-blowingly good. If the price was right, would you consider selling PSA 10 Charizard that you mentioned? I suppose I would. I don't know what you mean by the price is right, because what I would actually go do is I would run out and replace them. And so for me to sell them, I would have to sell them for more than I would replace them for, because I'm not going to take all the risk of having to buy another one. I'm not going to take that risk for free. I would only take that risk for a payment. You know what I mean? So think of all the work it takes to actually acquire a really expensive card. It takes quite a lot of effort. And then you always have a risk that the slab gets broken during shipping, in which case, you know, it could become like a he said, she said sort of competition on a PayPal dispute. So there's a certain amount of risk when you buy a $25,000 card from somebody. If you buy it from me, there's almost no risk for you because you know I'm going to give you the card that you ordered. But if I have to order it from some unknown person to replace the one I sold you, well, that's a lot of risk, actually. So the question is, let's say I could make even $2,000 from doing that. Is it worth it? And I was like, I don't know. Seems like it's not worth it because if it goes wrong even once, I'm going to lose like $25,000. That's what I mean. Von Doom still have the card. Oh, the Dragonite. I hope he does. I'd really like him to. It was very cool when he pulled it. There we go. But, you know, even if he does decide to sell it, I think we can identify it by its number, right? So we'll know who has it next. Alberto says 2 spots in the Ultra Prism box break. How's it going, Gabriel Alberto? And what did Gabriel want? I'm trying to remember. Did you guys say Gabriel order over to Hidden Fates or something? I'm trying to remember. We're up to Gabriel Alberto. I don't know if Gabriel's still watching. The time's ticking by. Any closer to the Rocket Pack Break? We need people to order the Rocket Pack Break. Let me bring it back down here. Nobody has ordered a spot tonight. Not even one person. I mean, I guess I could open it up myself, and 3 of the spots would be for me if you guys prefer for me to do that rather than waiting for the rest of it to sell. I think what he means is, would you trade the Charizard to appear on the TV show The Price is Right? Oh, of course. Philip Wiederman says 5 VMAX Climax. You got it. I have a bag. If out, just refund. Everybody, let's work more jobs. More money equals more Pokemon cards. I think he wanted his Hidden Fates to VMAX Climax. Who did? Gabriel Alberto? Gabriel Alberto, he orders 2 spots in the Ultra Prism box break. That's what he orders. And then we had Philip Wiederman. He orders 5 VMAX Climax. Is that correct? Hey, PSA cards are a great gift for the little ones, but don't overspend. How's it going, Punya? Is it 16 for Breakpoint? Is 18 for Breakpoint? Just see if there's any penny messages for me to look at. I refreshed. I'm not. Oh, here we go. Gabriel Alberto, $4 more for the Breakpoint. There we go. So Gabriel's jumping into the Breakpoint. There you go, Gabriel. Thank you so much. And we're jumping back down here to Mr. Philip Wiederman. He wanted 5 VMAX Climax. Let's go ahead and open it up. Sleep. Sleep. All right. Just want to say you're a huge inspiration to my still very small eBay business. I listen to your live stream to increase my productivity. Oh, I'd never even thought of that. That's interesting. Maybe you watch somebody working a lot. It makes you want to work. Very cool, man. Well, I hope you have a lot of success. You know, when I first got started on eBay, I was actually really young. My dad ran a wood business out of the garage. It was a little home business. I had 11 brothers and sisters, and he couldn't afford us all. And so he worked a full-time job. It was a nice job, but it still wasn't enough money. And so oh, nice. Duraludon character secret rare. Dang, dude. That's wild. Whew. But yeah, so, you know, he started a hobby where he wanted to turn wooden pens. You've seen those at like a festival? There'll be like a vendor and they sell fancy wooden pens. Well, those can be crafted by hand by woodsmen, right? Like wood crafters. He wanted to get into that because he would make a pen and try to sell it for $60 or something like that. And it would be made out of like some kind of rare wood, like snake wood or cocobola or something like that. And he couldn't sell them. Nobody wanted to buy them. He'd make these fancy pens. He'd sell 1, maybe 2 of them. He did a good job. It's not that they weren't, you know, it's not like he did a bad job making them. But people just didn't want to spend a lot of money on a wooden pen. You know, sort of a luxury item. And it didn't sell very fast. So, you know, at some point he had to give up on that. You know, he had all these machines that he had invested in, a wooden lathe, a wooden drill, bandsaw, all these equipments for wood crafting. And he had to give up on that because it just wasn't making him enough money. So one of the things he did was he took all of his remaining stuff, including the wood, and he listed it up on eBay. And the wood sold for a profit, which caught his eye. That's how he got started. He was giving up on wood crafting, and he was selling these exotic hardwoods from like Mexico and Japan and Brazil and China. And so he was selling those on eBay to get rid of them because he was giving up on his wood turning hobby. And they turned such a large profit that I remember this because he called us in, he was showing it to us, he was showing my mom, he's like, look how much money I made. I made more money selling the wood blanks than I did turning the pens. And so he became a supplier of these wood blanks online, which nobody was doing at the time. And it turned out, and he didn't know this, it turned out we had one of the, I think it was like the 2nd or the 3rd largest importer of exotic hardwoods in the entire country. And his name is Hibden Hardwood. And he was importing at that time massive quantities of really rare and valuable hardwoods from around the world, all here to St. Louis. And that's how my dad got started. What he started doing is he started dumpster diving. So he would go over and he would dumpster dive Hibden Hardwood's dumpster. And it was full of these chunks of wood that they were just like scrap wood, right? And my brothers and I, we would be wearing like sandals, literally, and he would toss us into those big dumpsters, giant industrial dumpsters. He would toss us in there, and we would be like climbing around. There were splinters and pointy, jagged edges everywhere, jagged. And we were climbing around trying to find chunks of wood that would sell for good money. Like he would help us identify, like this is cocobolo, this is zirconia. We were dumpster diving, and I would have been about 13 years old at that point. And I remember crawling around. There were like nails sticking out everywhere. It was really dangerous actually. And you would find like a good chunk, like a cocobolo chunk, and you'd reach down and grab it and give it back to my dad would throw it in the back of his truck. All right, Mr. Phillip is done. Next up, we got Michael Special, 6 packs of 2021 Don Russ NFL. It was a pretty dangerous job for a 13-year-old. And we were doing that for a little while. And my dad was just making tons of money on it. He was making tons and tons of money just dumpster diving the leftover cuts of wood from this massive importer, Hibden Hardwood. Hey, mister, when you opened my Steam Siege, I think you forgot my 3 breakpoint spots. Oh my gosh, I did. You're so right, Alan. Here you go. Alan Doan. Thank you so much. Can't wait to see what comes out of this. We harvested copper from their air conditioning units. Oh, nice, man. So you guys start a little business as well. And the funny thing is, Hibden eventually caught him. So Hibden, the owner of the factory, he eventually came outside to the dumpsters. He's like, what you doing? And my dad explained that we were taking trash out of his dumpster to resell. You would take these chunks of wood and you would cut them down into really small pieces, but they were cut into precise measurements. They would be the size of like a pen blank or the size of a knife handle, right? And that's, wood crafters would buy something like that, cocobolo knife handle for them to work on. So he would cut that down. He was just making tons of money. And Hibden said, well, I can't have you digging around my dumpster because that's too risky, because it's too dangerous. Rated rookie Luke Farrell. But he ended up making a deal with my dad where instead of throwing away the wood in the dumpster, he would dig through it himself. So he had a worker who would dig through the scrap wood and pretty much compile these giant crates of higher quality scrap, which my dad would then load onto his truck and he would ship it home. So he would pay for the scrap, and it really wasn't expensive at all. But it would be higher quality, so it was actually faster than having kids dig around Hibden's dumpster, right? So yeah, my dad made a little business deal with them to bring on that scrap wood, and that was kind of the beginning of it all, because once that happened, volume really picked up. My dad was listing about 25 items every single day, and he just worked all days, even the weekend. He just worked all the time, and he started making really good money from that. Ooh, what is this? Rookie Revolution, Simi Fehoko. Fehoko? Maybe it's Fehoko. Yay! All right, and it's the same card, but rated rookie. I'm no good at names, though, so I apologize if I butchered his name. That's a pretty cool pack, man. All right. Did you already open the Ultra Prism box? We did. Yes, it got opened right away, actually. It sold out very fast. Here's Josh Allen and Tom Brady. So that's how we got started. And when I actually started working for him, the very first thing I had as a job was just to unload the truck. So I would unload wood all day from the truck, and then he would sell it as fast as he could. And eventually it became my job to ship it as well. So my first job was unloading the truck. My second job was shipping. And I learned a lot about shipping very quickly because we would ship the wood all around the world even. Do you ever miss hanging out in the dumpster? It was, looking back on it, it was a little bit of an adventure. Yeah, it was an adventure. And it was so scrappy. Something about it was so opportunistic personality. To see where there's an opportunity to create a product that people actually want. Like the pen blanks. My dad was taking scrap wood and chopping it down into pen blanks and selling it for like this massive profit. And I learned from that. As a kid, I learned a lot from that. And eventually, I got so integrated into my dad's wood business that I could do every step of the business I knew how to do. And so he would go out of town because that was part of his job, was to go out of town. and he would put me in charge, and I would have to run the whole thing for like a whole week, sometimes for 2 weeks in a row. And it was a lot of pressure, actually, because I would only be like 15 years old, and he'd be like, there's guys coming over. They're going to have you cut a chunk of wood. You need to get this many items listed. You need to get all the shipping done. We can't have any negative feedback. You know, that'll affect our eBay channel if we get any negative feedback. So there was a lot of pressure as a kid to do that. All right, Mr. Michael Special. He says, I've got a bag. I would only have been about 15 years old, and I watched all my neighborhood friends grow up, and they weren't poor like our family was poor, so their parents would just hang out and have fun. You know, they would work their day job, and then they'd have fun. But, you know, my dad, he'd work day and night. He'd get up at 6 a.m., and then he wouldn't be working until about 11 p.m. So you almost only you only got to hang out with my dad if you were working for him. There were older men coming, and you could put. That's right. That's exactly right. I was giving wood to older men. But actually, that was a really funny experience. One time, they came over and they were shocked to see me working with no shoes on. They're like, "You're working in this almost like industrial setting with no shoes," and they would, you know what they would do? They would show me their hands, and they would every single time they'd be missing like one of their fingers. They had chopped one of their fingers off doing woodworking. Lose a finger in the bandsaw or something like that, and they would always warn me like, don't be like me, don't be stupid. Missing fingers, really wild. So I never forgot that. It was, you know, it was a very strong memory. Raymond Pulgarin, Mr. One Shiny Star V. You got it, Mr. Raymond Pulgarin. He also wants a HoloLive Japanese. Do I have a favorable NFL team? Go Chiefs. All right. I live next to Kansas City, so I guess I have to support the Chiefs, right? Is that how it works? Doot. All right. Gengar, wow. And Rillaboom. All right, here we are. F the Chiefs, says Jeremy. I love it. What's this? Another girl card. I didn't know that that was a thing. So here's all the girls again, but from a different angle. All right, and Hollow Girl. All right, so we'll take these two cards and sleeve them together. If I buy a spot on the Rocket Pack break, will you take the last two spots and break tonight? You know, I'll probably wait to the very end of the stream to make a decision like that, okay? Here we are. All right. That's for Raymond Pulgarin. Yay! All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Raymond. Now we have Hunter Bosk, 5 packs of Evo Skies and live shipping. I have a bag and slab. You got it. 5 packs of Evo Skies. Yeah, actually, you know, I feel like my dad's business sort of hit a sort of like fever pitch moment when my dad found out he could create this product out of a stick of cocobolo, which is a nice wood from Mexico, and you would send it through the bandsaw to create these really thin strips, but they were highly figured, and he would place those into auction, and they started selling for like $40 for like just this small group of these slabs, and they were almost like a veneer, but you know, thicker than a veneer, and it turned out by making the size of the strip larger than, like, let's say a knife blank, right, for a knife handle, he was able to appeal to multiple crafters. So they might be working on bookbinders or some other kind of project rather than just wood knife handles. And so people would get into this bidding war as long as the grain of the wood was extremely good. And so, you know, like the actual blank of cocobolo would cost my dad maybe like $5 tops. But then in auction, after you turn them into strips, they would sell for like $45. It was insane. It was insane. He was making so much money from it. It was really wild, and it got him so excited. Hunter Bosk, let's see what you get. We've got Sableye. I never forgot it. And some of the wood was so gorgeous. It was really shocking how, you know, naturally beautiful. Look at that. Woo! Golden Frostlass, man. One of the better pulls of the night. Beautiful. That came out of Evolving Skies. Take a look at that, guys. Did anyone pick up on the hobby beside you? Yeah, my siblings, my oldest sister, she worked with my dad and I for much of the duration of it, but then she eventually moved on to become a manager at Home Depot. So she worked and we worked together. So me and my sister were working together on the wood business. And yeah, she eventually gets a job at Home Depot and leaves. And then it's just me. And then I have a younger brother named Blake, and he really wasn't working on the wood business until I left, is what I understand. Hunter Bosk, let's find your bag. My dad literally used to turn pens on a lathe the same way your dad did, mostly as a hobby, but small world. My mind is blown. Thank you for the story. Yeah, Rob Boogie, since we were doing it as a small business, I ended up having so many different rare and valuable exotic hardwoods pass through our shop. It was really an amazing experience as a kid because you saw so much that you never would normally see. And so I have like this great knowledge for all of the value of these hardwoods and all this stuff, but now it's totally useless information. It's like if I quit the Pokemon hobby right now, I would know all this stuff about the Pokemon hobby, but it's totally useless information at that point, right? I have a bag and a slab, says Hunter Bosk. We need to find it. Let's see. And we owned a lot of wood turning lathes, and I would work on wood turning. I should grab a wood turning for you and show it off. Oh, here we are. Wow, you're in the back there. Must be a lot of people in this GH box. This HI box, I mean. Some of you guys from the TheCardconomist channel have seen some of my wood turnings. When I ran away from home, I took some of my best wood turnings with me. I don't know where they are in my new home. I'd have to go digging around for them. I think they're in the basement. You don't need these. Ooh, Glaceon. Nice, man. There's a lot of useless information out there. Yeah, it was really cool learning all that stuff, but there was also some really useful information I learned from working for my dad's home business. I learned how to run a YouTube channel. Not a YouTube channel. I learned how to run an eBay channel. I learned how technology can really change how much money you can earn and how you can reach different audiences. But also I learned so much about shipping, and just being good at shipping really gets you your foot in the door for a home business. You know, like if you can just get the shipping right, you could sell whatever it is you wanted to sell from your home. A lot of people won't take the time to figure out the shipping portion, and so they never even get started. But if your brain's just sort of with information about shipping, you can look at anything in any store and be like, I think I can sell that. You know what I mean? I think I can list that online and sell it for profit. But also I was very familiar with eBay, right? So it was a combination of all those things. Mr. Hunter Bosk, your address begins with 40. There we go. Very good. Thank you so much, man. After Hunter, we got Devin Kawamura, one sexy live custom. You got it. Shipping is definitely a headache at beginning, if not planned. Can speak from experience. Good. Oh, Devin, what'd you pull? 1088, it says. Are you ready, Devin? That was a snipe, man. This is it. That's the one. And it's going to be, Burning Shadows Darkrai. Now, you might have seen this card on this table before, but that one had green eyes, and it was from the Shining Legends collection, actually, even though it claimed that it's from Burning Shadows. This is the authentic Burning Shadows Darkrai that actually gets pulled out of the Burning Shadows booster pack. And the reason this 10 is so nice to have in your collection, Burning Shadows has the cutting error, right? So look at this. This one does not. That's a keeper, man. It's a really nice card. Devin Kawamura. I remember fighting with my dad in the wood store. We had like competing philosophies about what a good product was. Next up, we have Christian James Surza. He wants a spot in the Ultra Prism or a refund if it's sold out. We're going to be doing a refund, Mr. Christian James. All right. Now we have OSM, Ultra Prism if sold out, refund. You got it. Actually, I think OSM was the guy who was telling me to just let me actually see. Did OSM send some money later? Oh, I don't see it. Yeah, so let me go ahead and refund you, Mr. OSM. Can I cancel my live custom? Live customs cannot be canceled. I think you're just asking that as a joke, though, right? Now we have Gabriel Alberto. Instead of the Ultra Prism, I'd like to put it toward a Roaring Skies box break if you do one. All right, now we have Alan Doan, the rest for the Breakpoint. Alexander McKay says 2 Breakpoints. You got it, Alex. You got it, Alexander. All right. I remember when I was so young, there was a lot of pressure to help my dad with the wood business because we were so poor. And so one of the really frustrating experiences as a kid was that I was in the garage working and I would be really tired, because I'm not even like I'm like 13, 14, 15, 16 years old. So I'm working for like 8 hours a day already as a kid, and I'm not learning anything. I'm not learning anything from homeschooling. There was homeschooling didn't exist as long as I was earning money for the family. So I don't think my mom cared if I learned whatever there was to learn. What was more important is that this wood business was bringing in enough income that we didn't go bankrupt, right? So I remember just feeling very, very tired as a kid working in the garage some days, just like exhausted. And you could look out from the garage on like a nice summer day where the temperature was really nice outside, and you see all the other kids playing. And it's like I just couldn't do that because I knew my dad would be expecting me to have all the work done, because it just became kind of like part of my life to get all that work done. Drew Fitzpatrick, he says 2 breakpoints. All right. Here we are. Ooh. I have a small bag, says Mr. Drew. Drew, you don't tell anyone. He says, at least you're pokey rich now. Yeah, I know. It helps to be more successful later in life. You know what I mean? You know what you mean? Eric Artiega says, let me get one poker card. You got it, Mr. Eric. And you pull a lovely tentacle from the red deck. Ooh. Did you watch TV? When I was a kid, I didn't watch a whole lot of TV. Do you have any Super Bowl predictions? One of the football teams will definitely win. Mister, I bought box break. If I'm too late, can I get in the next box, says Car Wolf? Yes, if you bought into Ultra Prism and you're too late, you can buy into Breakpoint. Let me go ahead and get that music running again. All right, so we were helping Eric Artiega. 2 fusions. You got it, Eric. Looks like we need a fresh box of fusion. All right. Bring back karaoke. Do you see yourself doing a short reunion with your family? No, not really. Mister will have his own Lifetime movie one day. Lifetime movie? Oh my God. I'm going to write my biography now. Tales of TCC. My father was the same, except he was a huge narcissist. It was dreadful being forced to work in his shop as a kid. I don't think my dad was a narcissist. I would call him eccentric. All right. I have a bag. You can get rid of my lame-o hollows, please. You got it, Eric. When am I having kids? Well, it's not just up to me. It's up to when my wife feels like having kids. She's a bit younger than me, and I think she's just enjoying the no-kid lifestyle right now. All right, what do we got? We got Gligar. Hey, mister, do you have any more 7 Deadly Sins? I have 5 packs remaining, and they're $6 a pack, so if you'd like to buy them out, okay? That's for Eric Artiega. But unfortunately, Eric, you pulled 2 hollows. Let's go find your bag. My biological... Oh, no! You're right. Yeah, I'm getting older. I don't know if that will definitely stop me from being able to have kids. How old is my girlfriend? So my wife right now is 26 years old, but my girlfriend is only... No, I'm just kidding. Here's an Eevee. Maybe keep that Eevee. There we go. I think my wife's biological clock is ticking a little faster than mine. Isn't that how it works? Yeah, like Clint Eastwood was having kids like in his 70s or something. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Maybe I should be. Thank you for your donation, Mr. Eric Artiega. I felt like I spent most of my childhood working like crazy between all the chores I had, taking care of my siblings. You just never really had a break. And then eventually working for my dad when I was about 13 is when it started. And it didn't stop until I left. I didn't feel like I did anything except work in my childhood years. And then, I left home and the work just became a little more intense because now I have to provide for myself all the way up to today, right? So up to today, I'm like mega used to working at this point. And yeah, there's never been a break from it. And now I'm just kind of enjoying, well, I don't know if you could say I'm enjoying anything because all I'm doing is running this card stream every day. But I'm excited to get a card shop running. And I think at some point, if I can automate more of the work that we're doing between like multiple, business partners or employees, maybe I'll be able to take vacations and weekends off, right? Which would be AJ Ramos, who says, hello, mister. Hope you're doing good. I have one XY Evolutions and one VMAX Climax. You got it. Here we are. One VMAX Climax. Oh my. This is the last box. All right. Can we come visit you one day when we're at the lake? Oh, of course. Head right over. I mean, I've thought about hosting a sort of like hangout party or something like that. Step sis, what are you watching on TV? All right. Yeah, because after I left home, I had to be able to pay rent, pay food, and I was really worried about my future actually. And so I started saving money, which is something I was always pretty decent at doing. Nido King Raichu in the same pack, very nice. Actually, when I left home, the number one thing on my mind is how is this going to affect college? Because I knew that even though I'd never been to college as a homeschooler or to any kind of public institution of education, I knew that everyone was telling me you got to go to college. So I was like, this is going to set me back. You know what I mean? So I was immediately worried about that. And it's something that was on my mind all the time. Go on government benefits like everyone else. I want some government benefits. Where's my government benefits? But yeah, I was working at Target back then when I left, and that paid just enough for me to pay all my bills, basically. Pay my bills. I lived in a studio apartment for a while until I got a roommate. He was really cool, and he became pretty good friends with me. AJ Ramos. I still talk to him. He lives all the way out in South Carolina. I'll have one X1 and one VMAX Climax. So, Mr. AJ, let's see if you got a bag. I packed Super Mario Luigi the other day. Is that something you would grade when you open it up? You packed it. If so, I'd like you to grade it. Yeah, if you're wanting me to, if you open up one of those Wii U Super Mario cards, I can grade those cards. Have you had COVID? Are you vaccine quitted? I'm not vaccine quitted. I think I have had COVID. However, I was told you can catch it again. And so I'm just kind of risking it, I guess. I guess I could go take the vaccine and I don't know, maybe one day I'll be all sick and stuff. Hopefully not. AJ Ramos. All right. Maybe I'll be like, I didn't take the vaccine and then I'll die from COVID and they make a news article about me. 32-year-old Pokemon card opener denies science and dies from COVID. It'll be really ironic and everyone will be like, oh, I can't believe it, but kind of he deserved it. You know what I mean? Hunter Bosk. God Pack down payment for Hunter Bosk. You got it. Put you in there. I find it pretty cool how many people are interested in this. All right, Hunter Bosk. God Pack. There you go. Don't die before my bag is sent out. I know, right? If I catch COVID, the first thing I'll do is ship everyone's bags immediately. Terrence Womack says 5 live custom boosters. But back when I was living in the condo, I had this whole 2 weeks where I was nonstop coughing. I think that was definitely probably COVID. Here's Phil. It was a very strange illness. Path to the Peak Sawsbuck, I didn't have like any other ailments other than I kept coughing. I just couldn't stop coughing. And whoop, woo, Mr. Terrence, you got just enough. You almost got ripped there, man, because if you had only ordered 4 spots, or if there was one more cold pack, you would have lost $100. It says number 10, 205. PSA 10, 205. Oh, it's kind of a nice card. So you've got Tag Team Lightning Energy Full Art. Ooh, very fancy. Mister, you have nice hands. Thanks. I think they're just regular hands, to be honest. Mr. Terrence, let me go ahead and put your name on the back. That is from Tag Team All-Stars. Terrence Womack. You should be a hand model. I guess in a way I am. If you think about, if you think about this channel, my job is for you to look at my hands a little bit. Can we take pictures of your hands? Please, taking pictures of the hands. Mister, people do have hand fetishes. Really? So strange, man. I guess you could fetishize anything, really. All right, and now we have Alexander McKay, who says 2 Holo Live and 6 Blue Sky Stream. You got it. Holo Live, extremely popular. Give me a minute here. How much are the God Packs? $450 if you would like one of the God Packs. Pretty fancy, huh? Not like these measly Holo Live boosters. So we've got 1, 2, 3. Give me a minute. Your hands remind me of Ryan Gosling. Wow. Flush! Yeah, I remember leaving home. It was a pretty wild time in my life. A lot of really powerful memories from that, because you really don't forget that. It was very, very memorable. Pokey Fatish, can we get your autograph with a picture of your hand? That's right. Let me take a picture of my hand. This is for Alexander McKay. Mr. Alexander, good luck, man. Snip. It was really nice making that the friend Dave. His name's Dave. And that's the guy who moved out to South Carolina. Up to that point in my life, I'd never really spent a lot of time with anyone who wasn't in my family. You know what I mean? What would have made it more memorable? Robbing a bank. That's true. And maybe I would have been better off for it. But I wouldn't have been better off from perhaps like a moral or ethical point of view. So I would have never done that. Patrick is still with us. But yeah, so I made this friend, and it was a really good friendship, actually, because it was almost like what I needed at that time. I was such a shut-in from all my homeschooling, and he was the other way around. He was like a social butterfly in a way. He had like a million friends. He was friends with everyone. And so he would host like a drinking party, or he would write music and perform at coffee shops, and he would drag me along with him, and I'd go, and it was also extremely memorable, and those were some really good memories. I felt like I met a lot of people, and had an opportunity to sort of see how people in the wild behave, rather than just the people in my family. You're going to catch these hands? What? Yeah, he would go all over the place. It's funny, too, because he would have, like, different girlfriends. And it always shocked me, because he would pull these girls who I felt were way out of his league. I'm not saying that in a mean way either, right? But I'm saying he would pick these girls. And I think it's because of his music, right? So, guys, if you want to get girlfriends, you got to have some sort of emotional skill, like dancing or singing or something like that. And you're just going to have a better pick. Alexander, let me find your bag. We had it earlier. Here it is. So anyways, he would get these girlfriends, and then he would break up with them too. He was just constantly breaking up with them too. Here we are. He would get some sexy girlfriend, he would break up with them, and I'm like, damn, I need one of those girlfriends. Matt Waters, 4 Holo Lives. Actually, I think I've told this story before. One day, I was working at Sears. I was working at the Sears, and my job, I was in the back room. My job was to move really heavy items that they sold, like their heaviest items. It was my job. I was on a special back room team where all we did is move stuff like pool tables, right? That was all we had to do for our jobs. And I remember Dave came into the mall because that's where the Sears was located. And, he was all upset. And he showed me he had bought this wedding ring for a girl. He was going to propose. And I guess he got into a fight with her and they broke up and he had to return the ring. He was just about to propose to her and then they broke up. Crazy, right? Snow Girl. Oh my gosh. I was scared you went to gas station to get milk like my dad did 18 years ago. What? But yeah, that was a crazy memory. Actually, I had two crazy memories when I was working at Sears. A homeschooling friend of mine died in that time period. You know what? I'm forgetting his name. Joseph Forget, I think. Patrick Forget. All I remember is he's from the Forget family, and I played a lot of sports with him in the homeschooling. What do they call that? Homeschooling union? Is that what we're calling it? What was his name? This was so long ago. I'm like getting old. I'm 32. Let's see. I knew him from the Homeschoolers Association is the word I'm looking for. And his name was, I think it was Joseph Forget. And unfortunately, he died on his way back home from college. He was on a bridge I'm very familiar with. And he was driving back home to be with his family. Like me, he was from a very large family. He was in my age group, right? So he and I were the same age. And he was driving home from his college. And he was driving home when Alex says, no, I remember the story. Yes, he was driving home and unfortunately, he lost control of his vehicle on black ice on a bridge. And a semi-truck came right at the car, and the people who survived this crash said that what he did was, in order to avoid being struck by the semi-truck, he had to jump on the other side of the rail of the bridge, which I guess you're able to do that, but he slipped, and he fell into the icy water down below, and there was an article for it and everything. It's really sad, so their family lost him that year. And I remember getting the message from a friend of mine who also knew him, and it was so wild. Yeah, it was a really wild time. It was so wild to think, because when you're a young kid, you don't know anyone who's died yet. And so he would have been the first person I knew other than my grandparents who had died. All right. Mr. Matt, you're getting all the girls, man. What the heck? What was his name? Brian Cole says, 8 chilling rain. Mr. Your hands are cute as a button. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Sweet. Snip. All right. Yeah, I was back when I worked at Sears. Sears was really interesting. Their back room had these cool shelves. They were backstock shelves, right? But because it was like a mall back room, they had to do with very limited space, and so they created these back room aisles, massive, heavy shelvings, where you would crank a wheel and it would make the aisle move back and forth, so they could collapse their back room. It was really cool. I got really buff when I worked at Sears. That was basically the peak of my health, because I was already throwing trucks full-time at Target, and then I would clock out of that job, and I'd go work at Sears, where I would move pool tables, and I'd unload trucks over there, too. So it's like my whole day was just one long workout. Target would be like cardio, and then Sears would be like weightlifting, basically, since everything was really heavy. I was very fit, and I miss it. But if I missed it enough, maybe I'd be working out more, you know what I mean? Zebra Striker. Here's Sir Fetched. And finally, Metagross. All right. Sweet. So that was for Brighton Cole, and he says, no baggy. Brighton, no crazy pulls in there. Maybe the next one, Brighton. Today's story time, huh? There we go. Very nice. What about you guys? You got any crazy stories to tell? I'm up here doing story time. How about you guys? What's the craziest thing that's happened to you in life so far? My pop pointed out where Circuit City used to be. I remember Circuit City. I remember Radio Shack. Crazy. All those businesses shut down. Blockbuster. I robbed a bank when I was 20, says John L. John! I have to tell you, man, it's the right thing to do. Nah, snitches get stitches, right? All right, we're logging back in. Let's see what we got. I bet you the lines are real short now, guys, because we had a really long line at the front at the start of the stream, and now we're at the back end of the stream, and people are like, I don't want to wait in a long line, so I won't order any. So after Brighton Cole, we have Anthony Badaway. What's up, Anthony Badaway? 2 in the Breakpoint. You got it. Mr. Get blisters. That's right. He would also like a live custom booster. I have a bag. 1 Digimon, 1 Super Evolution. I have a bag. You got it. Ooh, echoing horn coming out of your live custom. I got sober this year. Woo! All right. Man, getting sober is excellent. It's going to make it so much more enjoyable when you get back into your bad habits. He robbed a bank and now he's buying Pokemon cards. I almost got kidnapped. What? Boiling water accidentally splashed on half of my back in the 5th grade. Wow, that's tough, man. Actually, I watched a TikTok not too long ago of a girl who was cooking food on her stove, right? And she passed out and fell down on her stove when she passed out. And so she received burns across her, like half her upper body and even parts of her face. And I was like, oh my God. It's such a simple mistake, you know, to like, maybe you're just lightheaded because you didn't eat enough that day and you faint, but you happen to be cooking. Yeah, wrecked, man. She had pretty severe burns all over her, her like breasts and her neck and her, it was really tough to see. 1 Digimon. I told my wife about it. I'm like, if you ever feel dizzy in the kitchen, get out of there. 1 Super Evolution. So you want the Super Evolution. We can get you that. Where is Super Evolution? Here we are. Super Evolution, I have a bag. Oh, another thing I saw on TikTok recently. It was a story of a toddler who passed away, and the parents were bringing awareness to it. They had this really great clip, and by great I meant horrible, really sad actually. And it was this toddler, and the toddler was, you know, all these wires in it, and all these, you know, ventilator and everything, because the hospital is trying to keep the child alive, and the child's holding on to the mom's hand, and just kind of like quietly crying, and you can just tell that the child's struggling to stay alive. And so you get the backstory, you find out what happens. So the child dies. That's the backstory. It's not like the child was sick and recovered. It actually passes away. It was a little girl. And what she had done is she had swallowed a small button battery. You know, like what you might have in a tiny device. You know, those little tiny devices that take those little round little button batteries. Well, she had accidentally eaten one of those because that's what little kids do. And it digested in her stomach. And when it digested, the acid came out of the battery and absolutely destroyed her stomach and intestines. And it actually ended up killing her. Anthony Badaway. So that was really shocking. And I'd never even thought about it. I'd be like, oh my God. If I had a kid, I wouldn't even think of that. An elderly woman in my town had a heart attack behind the wheel last week. She swerved in front of this other guy. Thankfully, they only suffered minor car damage, but the lady passed away. Yeah, I saw a video that similar occurrence. An old man had a heart attack, and he was racing down the street. This was, once again, it was a TikTok video. TikTok's great because everyone just reposts all the most viral content up there. And anyways, this SUV swerves out of the way just in time not to strike him. It's crazy because the SUV, he was going to be struck from behind, and he was still able to swerve out of the way before the old man struck him. The old man strikes a big truck, and then, you know, just like a big explosion, and it was the same deal. He had a heart attack while he was driving behind the wheel. And it's kind of a fascinating, interesting, because it's a scenario where you expect, if a person's older, you expect them to have a greater chance of a heart attack. So it is a higher risk to have people who are much older driving. But then again, they got to go places too, right? Andrew Vasquez says, to Dragon Ball Evo. You got it, Evo. Yeah, it was pretty wild to watch that. Car accidents, man. I like to talk about car accidents. So here we go, Mr. Andrew. We've got Haru Attacker Majin. What? A father had to pull the plug on his baby who got hurt in the tornadoes in Kentucky. It was heartbreaking. That's sad, man. That's really sad. Senzu Bean. It's tragic. I'm guessing the child was like really, like just barely alive, I'm assuming. All right. That's for Andrew Vasquez. That sucks. Those tornadoes really did some damage. Yeah, they did, man. All right, Mr. Andrew. I worked at insurance auto auctions for years. Car accidents are messed up. Yeah, definitely. Car accidents are wild. We really don't appreciate how dangerous a vehicle is. You got this 2-ton chunk of metal zipping down a road, maybe in bad weather, at like 60 miles an hour, and you're inside it, and everyone else is subject to where you crash as well. It's like a little death machine if you think about it almost. All right, now we've got Mr. Joshua Fordham. What's up, man? Hey, mister, can I get the rest of the 7 Deadly Sin boosters? You sure can. All right. 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait a second. Did we not have 5? Maybe we had 4 of them. We had 4 of them, and I remember I was substituting 5th pack. That was what was going on back then. So, Mr. Joshua Fordham, would you like this Data Live to be included as a substitute to the 7 Deadly Sins? These are actually more expensive than the 7 Deadly Sins pack, so you're getting it at a better price anyways. I am so silly. I forgot we didn't have enough 7 Deadly Sins for 5 packs. He says, yeah, sure. Okay, let's get it open. Had to go to a motorcycle VS car accident. The guy on the motorcycle got launched 30 feet in the air and landed up in a tree and was dead. We had to help the... Man, that's crazy. What's up, Alex? How am I doing? I'm doing all right. We're talking about crazy car accidents right now. Yeah, car accidents are wild. I really wish there was like a law that required vehicles to have a camera in the front and a camera in the back. That would really explain what's going on in the car accident so much more easily. And it wouldn't be like your word versus the other driver. You'd think that would have been built into every card, or into every vehicle as a standard feature of every vehicle for insurance claims. All right, what do we got? We've got King and Oslo. I almost pooped myself whilst in Maka's drive-thru. Really? How about you guys? Have you ever pooped yourself in public? Here's Elaine facing a demon. Here's Hoochie Mama. We've got Elaine guarding the spring. I've never pooped my pants in public, but maybe there's still time for that. Banned for a special someone. And Yoshino missing her Yoshinon. All right, there we go, Mr. Joshua Fordham. Sorry, Joshua, no Merlin card in the 7 Deadly Sins. I feel like that's the sexiest card, the Merlin card. One time I ordered grilled chicken and it came with no tomatoes. And it came with tomatoes anyways. There you go, Joshua Fordham. I fell asleep in a McDonald's drive-thru and got woken up by a cop. Also do not recommend. Very interesting. Joshua, you can't be here. Get out of here. So, Mr. Fordham, where are we going to find you? What do you do your live stream so late? Do you do something else during the day? Yeah, make sweet love to my wife for the entire day. Alex. Where is Joshua? Are you in the new J box? We have a new J box, right? Yeah, we do. Here we go. I bet you're in here. Gotcha. You are in the new J box. One time I took too big of a poop and I got arrested. Wow. Like, would you invest in Funko Pops? You know, if people are collecting Funko Pops and they're going up in value, that's really cool. I don't really specialize in Funko Pops. I'm not myself a fan of them, but I don't have anything against them. So they seem like they could be pretty cool. Next up, we got Michael Special. He says, one Don Russ. I really like cards. Mr. is secretly Leonhardt during the day. That's why he doesn't show his face. That's true. That's true. Sneep. So this is for Michael Special. How long have you been collecting cards? Well, I've gotten back into collecting, and I've been collecting for about 3 years since I got back into collecting. Here's a rated rookie, Pete Werner. How nice. I get that question a lot. When I was younger, I collected all the way up to Neo Destiny, and I did open up quite a few Neo Destiny packs, and then I stopped at that point. I never opened up Expedition, Aquapolis, and Sky Ridge. I wish I had, but either way, my parents would end up selling my card collection for me, so I guess it wouldn't have mattered. I just would have been more nostalgic for those sets if I had kept opening. All right, there we go. Sweet. Now we have Terrence Womack, 2 live customs for Mr. Terrence. Good luck, Terrence. Mr. My Onyx used Rock Throw. What made you get back into collecting? That's a great question, actually. 1 and 2. Love your podcast and economy videos. I hope there will be more of those in the future. I need to do a video where I respond to some of the questions. Leonhardt opening a box of first edition Neo Destiny. You gonna get a pack? Is he? Maybe I will. I wouldn't mind having a pack of Neo Destiny. So that's for Terrence Womack. With the T, right? Let's grab your bag. So basically, I was having a lot of success on my other YouTube channel, TheCardconomist. So this is my second YouTube channel. My other channel is TheCardconomist. That channel was growing like fire. We were having great live streams. We would get around 500 to 600 people per live stream. And, you know, I'd walk away with a bunch of donations. And then on top of that, I had a lot of ad revenue because I was pumping out tons of videos for that channel. So, yeah, I was kind of making some good money over there. I wasn't even selling merchandise yet. So I was telling my wife at that time, I'm like, you just wait until we start selling merchandise, and then I'm going to be in the money. You know what I mean? So I was pulling in a pretty good income, and I was ready to start thinking about investing because up to that point, almost all of my money was going toward our bills and toward also helping her family, because around that time her mother had she had cancer, and they didn't have enough money to help themselves, and they were going to actually have to foreclose on their home. So we ended up buying their home from them, and we also ended up paying for her cancer treatment. And so that was really expensive. So I was making good money, my wife was making good money, but it was all going away. We weren't doing anything with it. Let's move on to the next order. Matt Waters. He says 8 Hololive. Last call for the night. You got it, Mr. Matt. You're going to get a little bonus card here, Matt. So anyways, her mother got cancer, and they could not afford to pay for it. Do you have any talent? Well, I got some special talents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Some of my talents are not appropriate for this stream. Mr. went to Russia. They brainwashed him, and he fell back in love with Pokemon along with communism. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you went to Russia today, Russia would seem more like a capitalist country because the Soviet Union fell, and so they're not really into communism anymore. All right. So, anyways, the one I needed, says Waters. Nice. Anyways, eventually, her mom beats the cancer and survives. And we managed to sell her parents' home, her original home, the one she grew up in. We sold that, and we moved her parents into a smaller home. So everything's kind of taken care of at some point, even though they're still kind of living paycheck to paycheck. Even to this day, we're done. And so now I've got a good income, and I've got some expendable income where I can start investing. I've always loved investing, always. And I was looking at the stock market. I was looking at an E-Trade account. And I was also interested in silver and gold, believe it or not. I was a fan of silver and gold. And so I was learning about silver and gold coins. And then I was learning about investing in baseball cards. So that was the other one. So I was like, people invest serious amounts of money into baseball cards. and those cards go up in value over time, and that's a type of investment for them. It's similar to like gold coins, right? So, at that time, I was highly interested in investing, and eventually I run into Pokemon cards. I learn about graded cards. Now, what is this? You got the Hoochie Mama card. Man, I don't feel like we ever run into this card. You got full art Hoochie Mama. Congratulations. That's a nice pull. So now TCC in business, left or right? What is this? There's so many hot mamas in here. Anyways, yeah, so I learned about graded Pokemon cards, which was so new to me. I'd always known about card collecting. I didn't know about graded cards. Had I known about it sooner, maybe I already would have been into it, so 10s and 9s, and I loved it. The concept was so good. The card gets encapsulated, which protects the card. And then also, you don't have to debate over the quality of the card, which was a big deal. Even when I was a kid, I was aware of that. When we would trade cards, some kids would have chewed up cards, and I'd be like, I'm not trading for your crappy chewed up card. It's got to be in good condition. What? Oh, my Lord. Holy cow. We're going to need a Neko Girl factory. Jeez Louise, man. So I liked that. And then really interesting, I don't know what triggered this. Maybe I was talking about it in one of my live streams. I don't remember. But I had one of my followers on the TheCardconomist donated a lot of money. They donated $100, which I guess to me that was a lot. There's probably some YouTuber or live streamers that get way more than 100, but for me that was a lot in one donation. And that was Mary. She was playing Monster Hunter. I was playing Monster Hunter, and she was watching my content. And she made that donation. But she told me I had to take the $100 and buy Pokemon cards with it. And make a video out of it. So that's what I did. So I made a little video myself a long time ago, opening up some Pokemon cards that she had ordered me to spend some of that $100 on. And so that was really cool. That was another step toward what this channel was going to become eventually. Oh, look at this, the Crown Girl. What happened after that was I was like interested in finding the old cards I used to have when I was a kid. So I started looking at them online. And one of the things that really caught my eye was the price of the base set booster box. See, back when I started college, I looked up the price of the base set booster box. It was like $300. It was really cheap. It wasn't expensive at all. The base set booster box, the one that now sells for like $18,000 or something like that, or $15,000, it was like $300 back when I had started college. And I thought back then that was considered expensive. So that's why you and Mary are so close. Oh, yeah, Mary's been here for a long time. Alex has, Cheese has, Mahasvara is one of the oldest members too, by the way, and he was the guy who opened the God Pack yesterday. So anyways, I keep saying so anyways. Where was I going with all this? Yeah, so, I'm opening Pokemon cards again, but what's interesting, and I'll show you guys something that I've saved, by the way. Let me show you something. Let me grab this off of my... Ugh. So nice to stand. So she didn't know this, but at the time I had the Christmas before she had me do that, I had already opened some cards. It was Lost Thunder. It was a single booster pack. You see, my wife had never opened up Pokemon cards before. And when I was really young, Pokemon cards were one of the few things I really liked about my childhood. And so I bought my wife a Lost Thunder booster pack for one of our Christmases. And she pulled this little Lapras. It was like a rare Lapras, but that was Lost Thunder. And so I got this little sign, 2 Cares, Love Derek on the back. She doesn't know I held on to this. My wife doesn't know I held on to it. So when the card grading is ready to go, I'm going to slab this card up. And this will be the first card that we'll slab up. So I had my wife open this because my wife wasn't even allowed to open up Pokemon cards when she was younger. She had those Christian parents that are like, oh, the cards are from the devil and all, the Pokemon are from it teaches kids evolution. We can't have that. So I had already opened up Lost Thunder because I was talking about Pokemon cards back then with my wife and telling her how much I really enjoyed them. And so, yeah, everything was just kind of falling in place. I eventually start buying Pokemon cards. I eventually buy my very first graded card. I bought PSA 9 first edition Dark Hypno from the Team Rocket set. I got them for like $50. And I was like, what am I doing? I can't be spending $50 on cards. That's insane. You know what I mean? I remember feeling that way. I remember thinking about that. $50 on a Pokemon card. What, have I lost it? So that's how I was feeling when I bought it. But when it arrived, I saw it and I held it in my hand. I was like, oh my God, I love this. You know, I was thinking to myself how much I really still enjoyed Pokemon cards and how much I missed them because it's been all these years. And yeah, so at that point, I was interested in collecting the Team Rocket collection, PSA 10 collection. So, you know, the Dark Magneton and everything else. I started spending heavy amounts of money. And one of the things I did was I bought a Team Rocket booster box, which at that point now was going for, I got mine for $2,400. And I could have bought a base set booster box for about $4,000, which, you know, looking back on it, I had to do was just, I didn't have to buy anything else. I could have just spent all my money on the vintage boxes, right? But you know the graded cards did really well as well. They all went up in price enormously. So I bought, you know, I had like two Dragonites that I bought for $500 each. Now he sells for like $3,000 each. So it's really nice. Same with the Blastoise. I don't know what the Blastoise goes for now. Maybe it's like 2,500, 3,000. But I bought two of those, and yeah, it was a really lucky time to be getting back into cards because COVID had not hit at that point. There was no COVID. Logan Paul had not happened. So I was buying up all these cards and kind of sharing my love with them to my GameConomist fans at the time. And the funny enough, Pokemon cards were already gaining in popularity around that time. Unified Minds had come out, and Hidden Fates was about to come out, and Hidden Fates really went viral when it came out. It was successful all on its own, without COVID checks, without Logan Paul. Everyone was learning about Hidden Fates, the shiny Charizard. It was talked about all over the internet. It was just really fantastic looking, and that's all there was to it. So Pokemon, they kind of earned the attention by printing some fantastic looking cards. You know what I mean? So let's see. We opened for Matt Waters. We got a payment from Carlos Fernandez, but he didn't say what he wanted. Mr. Carlos, could you just tell me what you're ordering, Carlos? Carlos Fernandez. All right, there we go. Oh, and he has $25. Hidden Faces, the only modern day Pokemon packs I bought. Yeah, they're really nice. Of course, when the set first came out, that's when the scalping began, right? So back when Unified Minds was out and Hidden Fates wasn't out, there was no scalping. You could just go to the store and buy Pokemon cards, which I would. And then Hidden Fates came out and the scalping began. The scalping began. You'll go to the store. You have to check every day because there's no Hidden Fates in stock. And the price of it blew up online. And the first Charizard, PSA 10, sold for like $10,000. And I was telling all my friends, I was like, man, I'm getting deep in Pokemon cards. I think these are going to the moon, right? That's why I was telling my viewers on GameConomist. I was telling them I'm not going to invest in traditional stocks. I'm actually going to invest in Pokemon cards of all things, which nobody was really talking about too much at that time. I mean, there probably were some smaller groups talking about it, but it wasn't like mainstream to talk about. You know what I mean? And yeah, so I was telling my friends, I'm just going to buy Pokemon cards as an investment, and I've done pretty well. I got a nice collection going on right now, and they have gone to the moon, but this last year they've definitely not gone to the moon. In the last 12 months, some of them have gone down. The modern ones have gone down. The vintage ones, they shot up from 3 years ago, and they are pretty much holding their price, which is still pretty good. And then I've got my sealed product, which I'm just happy to have the sealed product. And I really think the sealed product has to move up in price over time because the truth is, for a lot of the vintage cards, there's not enough vintage 10s to meet demands. So people are going to continue to open that sealed product to try and pull the good holo cards as they chase after the set. And as those packs get opened, it could take a while, it could be gradual, but inevitably the sealed product for vintage will become very expensive. Like we just opened and eliminated another rocket box on this channel. So that's one fewer rocket box. And it could be a slow climb, but it'll happen. And I think that the other vintage will follow. I don't know what's going to happen with modern cards. Right now, I kind of favor the XY era cards. So you'll notice, look at this. He wants 5 fusion strikes. You got it, Carlos. So you'll notice we're opening an XY booster box. Well, that's because I don't think there's actually that many XY Breakpoint 10s out there. I think it's probably pretty low pop. And so I have a lot of interest in the XY era stuff, and I kind of push you guys toward it because I want you guys to get the good stuff too, right? That's my job, is to point you guys toward the good stuff and not just open up, the latest set. So here's Fusion Strike. Now the problem with Fusion Strike, so this will be fun to open, and I like the Gengar, and I like I really like the Espeon artwork, because Espeon typically lives in the shadow of like Umbreon. Umbreon is typically the more popular of the two. Remember, they were Gen 2, Psychic and Dark type. Umbreon and Espeon came out in Gen 2. Well, anyways, the Espeon artwork for Fusion Strike is so lovely to look at, and it comes from this set, right? So that's cool, but the problem is that they probably printed a bazillion of those Espeons. So sadly, even though it's a really nice card, Pokemon cards are in such high demand now with all the hype and the games are coming out, and people saw that some people were getting rich on Pokemon cards and card flipping and card grading. They print all this new modern product, and there's so much of it. I don't think you can make much money on it, and it's not going to be as collectible in the long run. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it will be collectible, but it's not going to be collectible in the same category that like the stuff before this time period was. Breakpoint is going to be more collectible. Black and White is going to be more collectible. Platinum, Diamond Pearl, Soul Silver, and Heart Gold, those are all going to be highly collectible. But the Sword and Shield era is going to be way too high pop. And so you can collect them to look at them, but they're not going to be going up as a rare sort of like collectible, you know what I mean? Like, you're holding it, you like it, but it's not collectible because it's not actually that rare. That's the problem with Sword and Shield era cards. And then also Sun and Moon is affected too, because actually Sun and Moon, they printed quite a lot of that Hidden Fates, and you're seeing that hit the market. So the market right now has just a whopping amount of Hidden Fates on it. And if you're going to complete a Hidden Fates collection, now might be the time to do that, but maybe not. Sometimes when a market falls, when things fall in price, you go, oh, well, we're at the bottom now. Are we? It could go much lower. One of the mistakes when it comes to investing is you'll say, well, how much lower can it go? It could go all the way to zero. That's the truth when it comes to investing. So, don't assume that this is the bottom. It could be, but you just don't know. And what I expect to happen, based on how you guys open packs over here, I expect a lot of Hidden Fates product to be open and a lot more of it to get graded over time. So, and that'll affect the price. There's just going to be so much more of it hitting the market over time. So I don't own any Hidden Fates other than the Charizard because I like looking at them. Mr. Carlos, let's find your bag. You might need a new bag, huh? Anniversary sets are different well, the 25th anniversary set was really printed quite a lot, wasn't it? And those Charizards that were purchased early, I'm sure they overpaid for them. This is the thing, like, I don't think that the cards will ever go all the way down to zero, like I was joking about. Well, not joking about, but talking about a second ago. And that's because it really is pretty expensive to pull a Charizard, isn't it? You got to get all this product, open it all up, send it off to grade, pay for the grading, hope it comes back 10. Some of them will come back 9. So in the end, people are going to not want to part with that Charizard unless they get a certain amount. And so I think there's going to be some price resistance. Even when it's falling, there's going to be a point where guys are going to say, I'm not going any lower than this. I might as well keep it. You know what I mean? But I don't know how low that's going to be. I think it will go as low as people taking losses. So that's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting that the prices will reach a point where somebody will sell their freshly pulled, freshly graded modern card on a loss. And when you reach that point, that's probably the buy-in point from my point of view, from my suspicion. And if it hasn't reached that point, then it still has room to fall, but that doesn't mean it will. What you're saying is I should save all my Breakpoint booster packs. I have about 13 of them. I haven't opened yet. Do you suggest I keep them sealed? Well, I mean, you can open them because they might actually contain a hot pull. So you can open up a Breakpoint pack and it might have Skyla in it. And if you happen to pull Skyla, she's a great card. I think she sold recently in auction for about 400. And, she's just a really Really nice card to pull. I got Trevenant. All right, there you go. There you go, guys. I swept a cold Breakpoint pack for you. But, yeah, if you're going to buy some Breakpoint, get into that box break, okay? Actually, I'm going to disable Breakpoint from being in the menu except for the box break because, let's see, where is Breakpoint? I forgot you could actually just buy Breakpoint right now. Oh, cool. It's the same price too, 18. That's what I thought. So Breakpoint is being removed from the live menu. It is still a box break, so this is still good to go. Yeah, let's get this Breakpoint open. And we could talk about PSA pops for that too, by the way. Let's jump over to PSA real fast. You guys really should learn to use the PSA pop report to help you understand what you're getting into. Right, so you got the PSA population report, and PSA's population report is just always going to be the population report because they grade more than really anyone else. XY Breakpoint, right? So we're going to do a quick search for XY Breakpoint. I'm going to click on, here it is, XY Breakpoint. And so here's some information about it. So when we take a look, it's got 4,300 cards graded. That's pretty low. That's actually not that high. And some of the best cards in the set would be the Skyla. Let's look the Skyla up. So it says here there's about 150 Skylas. That's not too bad. 150 is still pretty low for a modern card. How about the Gyarados? Oops, give me a second. All right, and so we have, here it is, Full Art Secret Gyarados is just at about 277. Here's a Full Art Mega Gyarados at 147. Full Art Gyarados EX at 103. So those are still pretty small numbers, actually, believe it or not. And you don't realize that until you take a look at some other sets. Hidden Fates is one of the best examples of a card set that's really inflated. But what you discover is that it's not just Hidden Fates. Other modern sets have done that too. So Cosmic Eclipse was reprinted a whole bunch as well. So let's see, Cosmic Eclipse. We'll jump over there real fast. All right, here we go. So here's the Cosmic Eclipse set. And what you notice off the bat right away, so XY Breakpoint was 4,000, right? This is 21,000. That's like 5 times as many. So 5 times as many of these cards have been graded already. And then if we look up their population, you're going to run into a similar situation. So if we look up Pikachu. So here's the Full Art Pikachu. That's this card right here, right? And remember, Skyla had 150 in her population. Well, look at the Pikachu. It's got 1,000 10s. And you can't skip out on the 9s because some people, instead of buying a 10, they put their money toward the 9, which takes that person's money out of the market, right? So a total of like 2,400 Pikachus right there. That's times 7, is it? No, you're right. It is. Is it? No, times 7 would be 28, right? Times 7 would be 28, silly Billy. So anyways, yeah, you know, Breakpoint's still pretty low pop compared to these, some of the Sun and Moon sets, including the popular ones. The crazy part is, if you take a look at Hidden Fates, it's way worse. Hidden Fates even crazier. I mean, I'll just show you real fast. Hidden Fates is always worth taking a look at because it's like a perfect example. Also, another one I would say is Champion's Path from Sword and Shield era. So Hidden Fates is so wild, man. Look at this. Hidden Fates, 122,000 cards graded. Can you even say that it's rare at this point? Compare 122,000 graded cards from the Hidden Fates set to Breakpoint's 4,000 graded cards. It's like night and day, right? I don't know how many times 4 goes into 122, but it's probably something like, it's 25 plus about 5, so about 30 times. So that's pretty big. And then we're going to look at that Charizard, SV49 Charizard, right? And this is the crazy part. They're not done opening it. They're not done opening Hidden Fates. There's still a lot of product out there. You guys open it here on this channel. And the SV49 Charizard has a pretty whopping 3,400 of them graded, but also an additional 2,273 9s. Wow, total of 6,000. Really, really wild. Again, compare that to like Skyla from Breakpoint. There's like, what, 150? Well, 150, that's about as rare as a vintage card. Do Shining Legends. Shining Legends is similar. It's really blown up over time. Let's take a quick look. we're near the end of the stream anyways. That's why we're doing this, guys. So the line's really short anyways. We have time to talk about population. All right, so we're looking for the regular shiny. Here it is. All right, so Shining Legends has 33,000 cards graded. That's similar to Cosmic, but it's still more than Cosmic. And then we'll take a look at the Mew real fast. The Shining Mew. All right, perfect, actually. So here's the Mewtwo Secrets Test Tube Mewtwo, and he has 1,300. Here's Full Art Mewtwo. I think this is the regular Hyper Rare. It has 589. Here's the regular Full Art. We actually pulled one of those out of the box. It has 484. And here's the Shining Mew. I think he's kind of the chase. He has 1,689 graded. Also, fascinatingly, if you zoom in, you see that there's more 9s than 10s, which tells me that Shining Legends is hard to grade. It's not just in my imagination. More of them graded 9 than 10, which showed you that the printing quality for that set was pretty low, actually. So when I was opening up, what about Arceus? When I was opening up those Shining Legends yesterday, I was talking about how you know, even if you did pull a Shining Pokemon, you were more likely to get a bad pull on it, you know what I mean? So here's the Shining Arceus, are you ready? So he's at 891, and the 9 is at 1,235. So once again, we see the same pattern. You're more likely to get a 9 rather than a 10 from your Shining Legend pulls, and that means not only are they expensive, they're not very generous, and even when you do pull a hit, it doesn't really grade 10 every time. It grades 10 less than half the time, so it's expensive in another way that you don't expect. You know, whereas if you were opening like a Japanese set, it grades 10 the majority, right? Japanese cards, they grade 10 about twice as often as they grade 9 for most Japanese cards. So yeah, I mean, XY era cards are looking pretty sweet from my perspective. And so that's why I have some XY graded cards in my collection right now. I've just been picking some up. And I don't think they'll go to the moon, but, you know, they might hold value. And I think the Sun and Moon cards have a long way to go before a lot more of that product is open. So I've just been picking up some XY cards, not too many. You know, actually, I focused my money on this channel a lot more than anything else. So like the card grading, I'm putting my money into the card grading. I bought a big expensive printer recently, so I can't afford to buy too many cards at any point. But look, so we got Ancient Origins Mega Rayquaza. Damn, man. Crazy. So you guys could ask me to host a box break of Ancient Origins, and you can jump into that and have a chance for this guy. We've pulled him a couple times. Ancient Origins Primal Groudon. Holy Jesus. Here's a Fates Collide Alakazam. He looks really nice. Breakpoint. Ah, that's what we're opening. Look at that. Red Gyarados with Greninja on it too, huh? So this appeals to both Gyarados fans and Greninja fans. And there's Manaphy. I don't know if there's a lot of Manaphy fans, but there's a lot of Greninja fans. Here's Fates Collide with Alakazam, Umbreon, and Lugia. Wow, what a combo. Ancient Origins again with Lugia. Mewtwo from Breakthrough. Oh yeah, I got some black and white cards. Here's Zekrom, Reshiram. It's kind of funny because later on, these made it into the celebration packs, right? So this is what they look like without all the crazy holo figure. Rayquaza, what is your tail doing? Here's another cool Breakpoint card. We've got this lovely Ho-Oh Full Art. Really nice. So look, you got Ancient Origins with Lugia and then Breakpoint with Ho-Oh. How cool is that? So they're both there. Here's Steam Siege Steelix. It looks really clean, man. Just looks cool. It's a great artwork for Steelix. Ancient Origins Lugia EX. I got a Pikachu for myself. I got 2 of these Evolution Mews, holo, because these are so hard to grade. And here is Espeon Breakpoint. Oh, so this is another Breakpoint. The Espeon is in here. Wow, look at that. That looks like it should be a 9. That looks like a print line here and here, doesn't it? But you know, and look, this is graded 5. So they graded this much later. Let's take a quick look. I'm going to tilt card. See that? That looks like a blind, doesn't it? So does this, and so does this here. But they still gave it a 10. And that just shows you how different PSA grading is from CGC grading. CGC would have definitely not given that a 10. CGC would have given that a 9. So even if you find a CGC 9, sometimes you have to wonder if you regraded it with PSA, if it would transform magically into PSA 10, right? So PSA, I think they just go off of like, how does it look? Like, oh, does it look appealing? All right, it's a 10, you know what I mean? What would TCC give that? Since PSA gave this card a 10, TCC grading would give this card a 10. My goal is to grade exactly like PSA, same standard. So if PSA believes that's a 10, I believe it's a 10. Look at this. Oh man, these are nice cards. So this is black and white Pikachu. And what I really like about this card is it's actually a secret rare. Look, 115 out of 114 from 2011. Isn't that cool? So I picked up 2 of those. CGC is definitely the hardest. Here's another Steelix. I guess one wasn't enough. And here's a Darkrai from Breakpoint. I got a lot of Breakpoint cards apparently. And here's Steam Siege. A lot of you guys forget Steam Siege has this amazing looking Gardevoir with the Veltal in the background. People complain about Steam Siege not having good pulls. I mean, the Steelix is okay, and actually the Gardevoir is a real solid pull for anyone who likes Gardevoir and a Veltal. And then here's another Steam Siege with another solid Gardevoir pull. Here's the Evolutions Charizard. There's a bazillion of these graded, so he's not very valuable at all. Oh, and here's the Steam Siege Volcanion, too. Check that out. So there we go. You don't have any of the Bossy Scissors? I might have had them at some point. I'm constantly selling cards, so I might have sold them. Here's a Breakpoint Gyarados as well. Take a look at that. So he's the red Gyarados, this shiny Gyarados in that set. And Black Kyurem from 2012, black and white, boundaries crossed. I don't know why I have that. I could probably sell this card if I wanted. I want to take a look at the Pikachus, though. Take a look at that. I don't know how much they're going for now. So I bought these when the market was relatively high. It says 700 for them. Let's see. I don't know what they're going for now, if you can even find them for sale, because I think they're pretty low pop. We'll say Pikachu, black, white, 2011, or let's say it's number 115. So let's see if we can find that. All right, and it looks like he's still going for about $740. So he hasn't really changed in price, and that's good enough for me. Some cards really did lose value, and I'm happy that some of them just stayed the same in price. And I think that one of the things that'll happen over time is some of the cards will dry up off of the market. Like, you got all these modern cards returning, and they're not going to stop either, by the way. That's one of the things that you have to get adjusted to in your mind. So the modern cards are not going to stop coming. Pokemon's going to print, and PSA is going to grade. So a lot of money can be diverted into these new modern cards all the time. And that's going to take away from, money that otherwise would have gone into other sets like the XY Era sets. But I'm still picking up the XY Era cards because they're done printing. I think they're done printing most of the XY Era cards, and especially black and white's done. These older sets they're done, and they're still kind of cheap. And so again, we're doing an XY Breakpoint break right here, box break, and then we'll have an Ancient Origins box break after that later, okay? So we can do Roaring Skies, Ancient Origins, Breakpoint, Fates Collide. So I'll get you guys a lot of this XY product, and this gives you a better chance at pulling a card that's still fairly cheap. Look, $18 a pack. That's cheaper than the Shining Legends, isn't it? That's cheaper than Hidden Fates right now. And so you'll get a chance at a cheaper pack that can give you a still pretty low pop card. People back then during XY weren't really grading a lot of cards. So even the XY cards that have already been, pulled out of the boosters and put into folders, well, they might have gotten rubbed the wrong way, and now they're not going to grade 10. You know what I mean? That's not true for all the cards pulled today. Everyone today is hyper aware of grading, and so they're protecting the cards like crazy as they pull them, right? All right, let me go ahead and put this away and get back to the line now, guys. There's always a lot of cards to open, but not just open, but also to grade and to buy pre-graded, right? And what I would tell you guys is, here's a fantastic vintage 22-year-old Tyranitar for $370. And you know what's crazy about that? He's cheaper than some of the modern 10s that come out today. You really got to think about that for a minute, because it's kind of mind-blowing. So you got like PSA 10. What's the latest thing? You got the Espeon, right? PSA 10, Espeon VMAX. Where's an English one? We want to find the English one. Well, here, we'll check sold, actually. How about that? All right, this is going to blow your mind. And that's Japanese. Is that English? Here it is. All right, so this was sold December 10th, about 5 days ago. Here it is. Espeon VMAX, right? And that's from the new set, Fusion Strike. Sold marked down from 600. I'm going to guess like 550, right? So they spent $550 buying that Espeon VMAX from a set, Fusion Strike, that they're printing like crazy. They're printing so much of it. They're printing enormous amounts of Fusion Strike right now because, because the demand is there. And people are going to grade the shit out of that Espeon. There's going to be so many of them over time. Just like you saw with Shining Legends, just like you saw with Hidden Fates, right? They're going to print them like crazy. Now, here's this fairly good-looking Pokemon, Tyranitar. He's popular. It's a very nice-looking card. For only $370. He's way cheaper. So, and that tells me the market doesn't really understand that the modern cards are not rare. The vintage cards are rare. And that's fine. The market can do whatever it wants to do. But my prediction is that over a longer period of time, people will become educated on the concept of population and rarity. They'll realize, oh my gosh, there's 12,000 of my Charizards and Espeons that I pulled, last year, but there's only like 200 of these Tyranitars or whatever the pop is on the probably like a pop 200 card, this Tyranitar. And they're done printing those Neopacks, like super done, you know what I mean? They're just, unlike the Fusion Strike, which they're going to print for the next, like, probably 5 years, they're super done printing this guy. So, yeah, and we used to talk about those concepts all the time in the past when the stream wasn't so busy. Nowadays, the stream is so busy, we don't talk about these things as much. We just get to the next order. Anyways, let me go ahead and get back to that line because there's people waiting, and I hate to keep them waiting. We used to have more time to talk about this kind of stuff back when there was a lot fewer people ordering cards. Now the whole stream's time is taken up by orders. And then, and then I'm telling people they have to stop. So, but yeah, I like the XY stuff. And you can see I had some XY slabs myself. And I've got plenty of XY product to go because I think that while the Sun and Moon stuff will appreciate in value, I'm still nervous about whether or not it gets reprinted. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. The XY stuff definitely won't be reprinted, in my opinion. And if it does get reprinted, it won't be reprinted very much. And then what will really get reprinted is the Sword and Shield stuff will get reprinted like crazy. But I don't know. Maybe Nintendo... I shouldn't say that because if Nintendo decides to reprint XY, then I'm in trouble if I invest too much money in it. All right. Carter, Terrence, Joshua Fordham, Carlos. Now, wait a second. So we did the Carlos order. Carter Hindershide was 1 live custom. Did we do the Carter Hindershide order? 4 live packs. The line is short now. It is short now. So help me out. Did we do Carter Hindershide, or do we need to open up your live custom, Mr. Carter Hindershide? Help me out here. I don't remember, actually. I feel like we didn't, but you obviously it's been recorded, so you can tell me, and we can always look it up. Before we started ranting about, what's rare and what's not rare, he says, no, that's me. How's it going, Mr. Darnhick? So you're saying I owe you a booster? A live custom? Carlos sent another order for 2 box breaks. You didn't pull my live custom. All right, perfect. Thank you. And here is Mr. Carter Hindershide's order. That's the rude. I'm sorry, man. Mr. Carter, thank you for being so patient. All right. I like the live customs because they give a chance for some of these old slabs to be pulled as well. You guys have received a lot of old vintage product through the slabs, through the live customs. All right, there we go. We have opened Carter Hindershide's live custom. Terrence Womack. 4 live customs for Terrence Womack. You got it, Terrence. Good luck. Oh, it's the next pack. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, shiny Magnemite. All right, so you've epically swept past the poll. Let's see what it is. 1 large. All right, well, you still did well because you paid $80 for a $100 large, and you picked up a little Magnemite. So you're still ahead. That's for Terrence. Let's find your bag, Terrence. All right. Sweet. And we get the large over here. Nice to be back opening cards rather than just talking. I do a lot of talking. What is ETB Japanese? It's a bulk box of Japanese common and commons. A Pokemon. Joshua Fordham says, can I get a live custom and 2 double diamond? You got it, Joshua Fordham. Dude, Clara. I knew that her name was Clara. 2 double diamonds. You got it, man. I appreciate all the support you guys give over time. You know, I also, another thing I don't really talk about in the live stream enough is how grateful I am that we all hang out and you guys really do support the channel. Whenever you make a purchase, yeah, I make a little bit of money. So I really appreciate that, and glad we have this cool thing to do together. And, you know, I don't see myself going anywhere, and I'm very excited to get into card grading soon. And if I can create some jobs for people to grade cards, well, that'll be really cool, because then, you know, all this effort I put into it end up becoming a job for somebody else, and then they have something to do to earn money, and with a pretty cool job too, right? Like, I think card grading is really cool. So that's for Joshua Fordham. Joshua Fordham, here we are. That's why I'm here all the time. Oh, thanks, Alex. Alex, you are here all the time. How do you do it, Alex? Alex is the magic man. Next up, we got Carlos Fernandez Orozco. He says 2 in the box break. You got it, man. So here's the box break so far. You can see it's about halfway sold off. And so if we don't get it done tonight, it'll end up being finished tomorrow, probably. Highly likely. There we go. Suffering deeply at work. What's the large main list? Well, the way the large works is there's a sub list and a main list. If you went onto the main list, this is $100 to get into. The sub list is only $20, and it gives you 2 chances for one of your spots to get you a spot over here. So if you buy a sub list, your odds are about 1 in 5. Well, actually, if I gave the 11th spot away, it's not quite that, but you got about 2 in 5 odds. You got 1 in 5 odds to jump over here on $20, right? So this gives you a cheaper chance to go to the main list. In other words, you need to pull hot over here and then pull hot again on the main list. And it allows you effectively to pull an extremely hot card for as little as $20. But you gotta get lucky twice in a row for that to happen. Whereas the main list is much more expensive to buy into, $100 per spot, but at least you have a direct chance of pulling a hot card. That's the main list and the sub list. A lot of people don't know that still. Daniel Kelly, 1 VMAX Climax. You got it, Daniel Kelly. And 2 Fusion Strikes. I hope we get a restock of the VMAX Climax and I can lower the price. All right. The higher price made it so that we had enough just for today. And yes, it seems to be the perfect price because we ended up with just a few packs left. We don't even have a sealed box left. Oh, the Morpeko card. Very nice. All right. We also pull Cook. Oh, look, it's a Cook. And Chili Sillin and Cress. That's for Daniel Kelly. We're at 250 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and call no more orders, guys, because we're going to wrap up, and then I have a bunch of shipping to do. Let's see. Daniel Kelly. Yes, right here, right? The Union card is so cool. My favorite leftovers are single moms. Choo choo. Oh, my God. Caleb Carvo, small bag. I'll keep the bulk on this and ship out 5 packs in the box break. Ah, oh, sounds good. Let's get over there. So Mr. Caleb, he needs 5 of them. Caleb, Carvo, keep, bulk, ship. All right, you got it. Save my ship for after the break. You got it. And now refresh. Let's see what we got on our last orders. I mean, one last order, Mr. Hope it got through. It didn't. Let's see what we got. All right, so I can see we have an order from Terrence Womack, and he says 3 live customs. You got it, Terrence. Good luck. 1, 2. Oh, lovely Persian GX. And 3. Ah, it's a cold round, man. Well, you pick up the Persian, but I'm afraid that is a cold round, Terrence. Careful in those live customs, guys. So for your information, the live customs can be cold for up to 15 packs in the event that there's something crazy in the box. Terrence, here we are. Here we are. Sweet. Yeah, it's a little bit of a noof. You got the Persian. That makes it all better. Now we have Bryant Foucault, who says 1 live custom. You got it, Mr. Bryant. Santa likes moms because of their tasty homemade cookies. Singular. Oh my God. Stene! Woo! All right. 1 beautiful Stene. And next we have an order for Savannah. So, give me 10 in the box break. Wow, that's a pretty large movement there. Holy Jesus. That means thank you in Tagalog. Oh, thank you so much, Salamat Po. I probably pronounced that wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so this will be for Mr. Savannah. Savannah Rith. So, very cool. Wow, it's actually quite close. And then we have Daniel Kelly, 1 more VMAX Climax, and 1 more Fusion Strike. That's 10 hot ones. Yeah, it looks a lot like probably... Anyone buy God Pack yet? We've sold 4 of them. So 1 sold at the beginning of this stream if you're looking to see what it's like. Okay. Yeah, just check the beginning of this stream and you'll see what a God Pack looks like. Here's Golem. And... Calyrex. Very neat. Oh man, I think my voice is tired. All right. That's for Daniel Kelly. Thanks so much, Daniel. Perhaps it shall be open tonight. Well, I would hate to sit around for a while and it doesn't. Grab this real fast. And we'll toss this up here. There are a total of 8 spots remaining. I would hate for like almost all the spots to sell off. Oh man, my back's tired. All right. So we're all done for the night. As you guys noted, I did call no more orders. I'm going to go ahead and shut down the stream. You guys have a nice night. And we'll be back on tomorrow. And that Breakpoint will probably sell out very fast at the beginning. Have a nice night, everyone.